What is going on, good people? As you can see, it is 10:25 a.m. Someone calls it CP time, I, and they will be right. But yeah. So we're about to get this thing started. I was slated to be joined by a special guest who's from Brazil. I haven't had any contact with him this morning. He's still supposed to be coming, and he argued in my comment section. He argued in my comment section that the women from over there are not really that much different. They're more or less in many ways the same. Feminism has taken over everywhere, so he was kind of calling a lot of cap on a lot of things that the Passport Bros was saying. I hope we will be joined by that brother, but I do have a backup plan in place. The good brother El Wapo from the Beautiful Lies channel will be joining me more than likely, because it looked like we're not gonna be able to get the special guest that I thought we were going to get. So we will probably we'll be joined by El Wapo either way. Either he's going to be the featured guest, or he's gonna come on, in conjunction with the gentleman from Brazil. Either way, we're going to try to make that happen. So strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
What's up? What's going on, everybody? What's up? What is going on, everybody? I'd like to thank everybody for being in attendance, for everybody for being in the building today. I do appreciate each and every one of you for coming on in, for coming on through. We're about to get this thing going. As I said in the pre-intro ramble, that we are supposed to be joined, by a brother who's from Brazil, who more or less was in my comment section calling cap on some of the things that a lot of the Passport Bros have been saying. The Passport Bros, as I saw somebody say in the comment section in the chat room, they said the Passport Bros won Summer 22. I do think what's going on here is something similar to what was brewing in 2020, because that was right around the time that I started going live and doing my thing on YouTube. That was right around the time. Well, I was already doing my thing I was making videos here and there in like 2018, but I didn't start going live consistently into 2020. And it was like real Passport Bro heavy around then. And then I know what happened early 2020. The Rona came and gut punched the whole movement. the Rona came and hit y'all whole movement with a bus driver uppercut. It really did. And now that the Rona has more or less been defeated, according to the higher ups, they say we through with it. It's done. And then now I think people are, getting back to where it would have been anyway. I think that's what's happening. So I think that's part of the reason, why this it seems to have been taking off and seems to be getting a lot of traction lately. But like I said, I have not heard from my special guest this morning, but the backup plan is in place. The good brother El Wapo hit me up and was saying that, hey, I love to speak on this. I told him you might have to be my special guest. So so we will be joined by El Wapo, but I'll give you out the backstory of the brother who was supposed to be here. Before I get into that, shout out to the Early Bird Squad, those that make it in bright and early. Joe Ethereal in the building, and man, it's a lot of real good comments. Go ahead and start clicking on those comments that I may be missing because I'm real behind. I'm back up at the top of the comments, shouting out the people that made it in first. So all the intervening, I think Pablo said some interesting things. Start clicking on all that stuff. Well, star it so I can see it. But shout out to Joe Ethereal, major supporter of the show. And I don't even got my cell phone next to me so I can know if somebody sent a Cash App or not. I had to just check my email on that. But Joe Ethereal in the building. Jomo Cousins. Don't that J mean an H in one language that does say homo cousins? But ping. All right. Pablo in the building. Shout out to Pablo. He says, well, that doesn't make logical sense. You can't be from a different culture and be the same. Interesting. That makes sense to me. V the Chantilly in the building. Hopefully I said that right. He says, I look forward to hearing a counter argument to the passport bros, to the passport growth. I love seeing a position from all its angles. I absolutely do. I absolutely do as well. That's part of what this show is about. It's a play, not an echo chamber. All black male ideas are welcome here. They all won't be respected the same, but you're welcome to present them. Don't mean that you're going to get a red carpet rolled out for you or a pat on the head. You might face the firing squad, but you are welcome to come in and present those ideas. May the best ideas win. He also says, my theory is there's an aspect of female nature that is the problem, not just cultural. I think there's a lot of truth in that, but we do know societal pressures and environmental pressures do affect female nature. And I argued, and this is how this whole show got started, because I argued a number of times that nothing puts a woman's nature in check more than a third world country. Nothing puts a woman female nature in check, or her exploits of her female nature in check, more than a country where people are living off $1.50 a day. Nothing will make them get into a feminine state. And me and Hood Servative, we were reviewing a video from a woman the other day, a black woman, and she was saying something like, black men has not provided the structure or the place or the blah 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 for women to be feminine, because those structures and those environments that that's where femininity can thrive. She was making y'all haven't built the infrastructure in which femininity can thrive. Okay, the places where femininity seems to thrive the most are places that are it tends to thrive more in oppressive third world countries. Or just oppressive countries. So you're basically saying we haven't oppressed y'all enough for us to be as feminine as y'all would like us to be. So get on your job, crack out the whips, start the oppression. That's basically what they're arguing when you take away all the fluff and the feathers, because even white men in this country would argue that Asian women in other countries, whether third world or not, and women in third world countries are more feminine. So apparently they haven't provided that structure either. I mean, they've contributed to a structure that's eroding at femininity. They provided a structure that ultimately encourages, and we've contributed to that. I'm not going to just kiss white man's ass. I mean, we're part of this country too. we we vote we vote for the party of feminism more than any other men, so we're a part of that too. We're part of the problem too. But this overall, this country, this structure, and all of that, it hasn't been properly provided in this country. I mean, maybe it was at one point, but it's definitely been been decaying, so to speak. Been decaying, so to speak. But shout out to Jessieville in the building. Says women who live in the U.S. from different cultures are different from ADOS women, yet women from completely different countries are the same. Oh, this should be good. Tell me how. I don't know if we're going to get the gentleman to join us to tell us how, but I'm going to botch your name. Nanga Iboka says, "Wow, I'm early. Be back in 20 minutes. LOL." Yeah. I was giving a guest some time. Keep it 100 in the building. Shout out to Keep It 100. Says Monday, motherfuckers. I don't know why I heard him saying that in Samuel Jackson voice, and then you look like he's saying that in X voice. Wake your black ass up. But all right, let's go ahead. And get into it. Let me read a few more a few interesting comments. Something as simple as obesity, physically they're not the same. Obesity rates in Brazil is very low. Shout out to Trey B says, "I beg to differ. All women want the same thing, but women are a lot different than but Brazil women are a lot different from American women." Leon 008 says, "I mean, they are the same. They are women. It is what it is. Black men need to be like the Mexican and work here in the U.S. to provide for the family outside of America." LOL. I don't know what you mean by that. Don't know what you mean by that. Are you saying have a family in some other country and work here and provide for that family there? I don't know if that makes any sense, but it looked like you're joking. It looked like I'm having a hard time reading your sarcasm if you're being sarcastic, because I don't know if that makes any sense to have a family. I mean, if you came from over there and you came over here to work and throwing money back to your wife and kids, that's fine. But if you went and found a chick over there and then came back here and throwing money back to a family over there, that could be shaky, give or take a few, situation circumstances. But we'll see. We'll see. Hit the like button in the building. Sam I am in the building. He says, "Have spent a lot of time in Brazil for the past 10 years. There's a little bit of things that I think guys get wrong, but to each its own." Hey, Sam I am, if you can come up later in the show, I'd appreciate that. Says Bernard, "I support the passport movement. However, I experience foreign women being affected by American culture." That's the conversation I want to have. That's the conversation I want to have. I was trying to get a special guest on to discuss that. It looks like he's not going to be making it. We will be joined by El Wapo in probably about 10 minutes, but I will give y'all the background. We'll give y'all the background layout of what happened here. We'll give y'all the background layout of what happened here, what was ultimately the genesis of this entire conversation that we're about to have. A gentleman by the name of Jonathan Ribeiro showed up in my chat room. This is a brother. I believe is from Brazil. He says, and he was in my comment section, and he went on to say that, I guess I'll pull it on up for y'all. Come on. And y'all could barely see that, but don't worry about it. Just trust me. I wouldn't read it wrong. Where's it at? He says, Bernard says that feminism is different in developing countries. He corrected me. He said third world countries, awful term. So apparently it's an awful term to say third world countries. Apparently. I always say third world countries. I mean, the 45th president of the United States affectionately called them shitholes. I think I can call them third world countries. Okay. but anyway, he says, "But I'm from a country like that, and the BS is all the way the same. Poor chicks and rich chicks, all of them embedded bottom top with the ideology and drunk as hell from this sorrow drink. I responded by saying, if you'll be willing to come on my show to discuss this, I think it would be a great conversation. If you are interested, my email is in the About section. Hit me up. And he said he agreed. He agreed, he obliged, he hit me up, he hit my email. Now, when he hit my email, this is what he said, and it was rather interesting. Rather interesting. This is what he said. And it may be hard for me to exactly screen share this for you. So you just have to just listen, look at me read it, because it's in a whole nother. Okay, I'm just going to read it. He said, Mr. Riley, how have you been? I hit you in the comments section, so I guess for the stream, so I guess we'll talk about it too. And then he says, where I wrote that feminist behavior is everywhere, pretty much the same, including here in Brazil. The brother went on to say, well, supposedly third world countries are where hypergamy hit the stratosphere because we supposedly have more women in need, so they always lay on a provider male to lean. Oh, I'm sorry. So they always lay on a provider male to lean on to save their asses. The feminists say it to push forward the feminist agenda to free women from dependency on men. They say if more men are highly educated, they say if more women are highly educated and financially free, they can choose their mate based on better traits like love than financials. That's a weird thing to say. All right. However, Sweden, a first world country, is supposed to be one of the fairest and most egalitarian between the genres, but the women there highly educated, strong, independent, and culturally developed because they travel worldwide, act pretty much like other women, rather in a poorer country or a rich like such like America. They are punching down their men. They are punching down at their men like cucks every day, guys. But you're talking about Sweden. Hold on. However, Sweden, a first world country, is supposed to be one of the fairest and most egalitarian between the genres, but the women there, highly educated, strong, independent, and culturally developed because they travel worldwide, act pretty much like other women, whether in a poorer country or rich country like America. But if they're punching down at their men like cucks and they're in a first world country, I would imagine is because yes, they have their own. They're educated and they can talk their shit. They're doing the same shit that some American women do. That they are punching down their men like cucks every day, guys, and seeking for higher bid males than themselves. He's talking about Sweden women. There are just slight differences between Swedish women, Brazilian women, and American women. Okay. Modern day feminism is like a framework for women worldwide, and leftists use it. Christians, Catholics use it. Tradcons use it. Centrists use it. And I bet even Muslim women in Europe are using it too. Poor chicks / career chicks use it. I'm telling you, man, the BS and fuckery are pretty much the same. They pick and choose from this framework, which excuse me, they pick and choose from this framework which one to use and when. I don't know what he's trying to say right. They pick and choose from this framework. I think he means to say of when to use it and when not. The internet made it available to all of them, making it all happen. We can talk about this on the show for sure. And that was pretty much the email that sparked the full genesis of the conversation that we're going to have here. And the good brother El Wapo is right on time because after I laid out the full backstory, closing in on the 20-minute mark, he is here, available, and ready to go. El Wapo, what's going on, my good brother?
What's good, Bernard? Good to see you, man. Yo, you got them waves, man. You making them seasick, dog.
Hey, I was looking in the mirror at my wave. Well, not I don't look in the mirror that long at my waves, but I was looking in the mirror at my waves today, and I was thinking about uh probably need to tell this story about this time when I was out on a date with this white girl.
Okay.
She was real nice, real sweet, real soft and feminine and all the little stuff, I mean, and she had like sat down in my lap and crossed her legs real sexy and reached around and like kind of like caressed the back of my head, like back of my neck like that, and then looked me deep in the eyes, and she like rubbed my waves backwards, and I was like, get the fuck
Oh,
off of
don't
me.
do that.
Get
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, we done. I can't do this no more. Do what you white woman. I hear rubbing my waves backwards. She had me too, man. She had me. She was looking deep in my eyes and then
Man,
rubbed my waves backwards. I was done.
look,
But
you're going against the grain, yo. You know you got a bad barber when he cuts your waves against the grain. Yeah, man.
but but I do gotta thank you for coming up impromptu after apparently my special guest bailed on me. But you do have a unique perspective on this, so give a little bit of your background as to why what qualifies you to speak on this tough topic. Give a little background for those that don't know. And moderators, I know y'all know. Well, for those that don't know, El Wapo, he got a highly recommended channel over there. So moderators, drop the links to his channel in the chat room. Spam it all throughout there. Excellent channel, excellent channel. You're doing yourself a disservice. You're not subscribed to El Wapo, called the Beautiful Lies channel. Just want to throw that out there before we even get things started. But like I said, go ahead and give your credentials and qualifications or whatnot for
Right.
speaking on said issue here.
For sure, for sure. First things first, Jesse Veal the third. No, I didn't say it. I saw the topic and I reached out to Bernard and I was like, I have something to say about this. That was not my email. You know what I'm saying? That was not my email.
No. Yeah. Let's make sure we clear that up. He wanted to come up and just add to the conversation, and then I told him the special guest is probably going to be a no-show, so you may become the special guest. So
I got you.
let's make that very, very clear. I'm going to tweak the title a little bit too, so people won't be as confused when they come in. So
all good.
But go ahead and give your background so people know who they talking to, and not that you need special qualifications to speak on this, but for lack of a better way to describe it, what qualifies more or less?
So no, I
Go
agree
ahead.
that people need to know who they're listening to. You know what I mean? There's so many people with platforms and stuff like that these days. So what really qualifies their perspective and their level of advice to be, realistic enough for you to follow? So I'm a 44-year-old Black man from Baltimore. I am an Air Force veteran. I've been traveling internationally, starting out thanks to the Air Force since 19, so that's 25 years ago. I've been traveling to Brazil for over 16 years. I've been doing business in Brazil for over 12 years. I've dated Brazilian women. I've dated Dominican women. I have dated half Japanese women. I currently have a Colombian fiance. And, when I go out of the country, especially to Brazil, it's normally for business. So even though I don't consider myself a passport bro, and I do support those brothers, I'm a traveling man. I've been doing this since Patrice O'Neal was going to Brazil. You know what I'm saying? So, I do have a channel. Thank you for shouting it out. It's called Beautiful Lies. We talk all things success. Right here, I got it on my shirt. All things success through the red pill lens. And the red pill lens is just the truth. We take off the rose-colored glasses and we look at what it takes to be successful. I talk about success principles translate, and success leaves clues. So if it works here, it'll probably work there. If it works in business, it'll probably work in relationships.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good background leading up into this. That's definitely a good background leading up into this. And shout out to Ride of God podcast and subscribe to Beautiful Lies channel. Yeah, definitely want to go check him out. Definitely want to go check him out. So let's get into it. You heard the email that I just read that was sent to me by the gentleman who was going to be the special guest.
I heard the second half of it, but I got the gist of it. I don't think you need to read the beginning of it again. I heard the second half of it. Yeah.
Okay, so the notion that feminism is everywhere and it's affecting everything. how much truth is it in that statement?
So I hate to be the all police, not everywhere, but it is definitely creeping in all over the world and definitely in Latin America. He is right on that. He is right on that. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You want me to go deeper? I'm gonna let you ask and I'll follow. You call the play, boss. I'll run it.
No. Go ahead and dig deep, because you said it's everywhere, but obviously there's levels to it.
Right.
One couldn't imagine that feminism in Nigeria would look the same way as feminism in I don't know, in England or something. You understand what I'm saying. So let's talk about the levels to it as it pertains to brothers traveling.
Yeah.
So let's talk about it from that. Go ahead.
I actually just had a conversation with a good buddy of mine. His name is Roscoe. And after my last trip to Brazil, and I was like, man, these Brazilian women are becoming more westernized. But there's a caveat to this. I'm an older guy. I'm going to date myself here. But there used to be a commercial on TV called Metamucil, right? And I guess it was for like digestion. And it would have a glass of water, clear glass of water, and they would take a scoop of this stuff and dump it on top. So let's say that scoop of the Metamucil is the Feminism that gets dumped on top of the water. It takes a while for it to absorb down and to mix completely within that glass, okay? So your water is your pure feminine energy. Right now, they're starting to scoop some of this Metamucil in these other cultures. One of the things I'm noticing is in Brazil is I'm noticing women with more tattoos. When I started going back in 2006, that is not something you saw a lot of. It's not something you saw a lot of. I don't see a lack of feminine energy and behavior. You're always going to have rebellious women, ones that go across the grain or against the grain. So that's going to happen. But what I don't see is I don't see that deep, like it is part of their culture. It is galvanized within their spirit. I'll give you an example. Last time I was in Brazil, I did an interview with this young lady. Her name is Diane. I've known Diane for about 4 years. Nice young lady, speaks good English and everything. And I'm trying to get my weight back under control. So even in Brazil, I was trying to walk every day, get my steps in. So she came over and she said she was going to go take a walk with me, walked all the way down the beach and everything. And one of the things that I noticed was I'm old school, yo. You're walking on the wrong side of me. LeBay will tell you this. And it doesn't matter if you're my girl, if you're my kid, if you're my sister, you're my mother. If you're with me and we're getting along, you're under my protection in that moment, right? Until you get unruly, then I'll leave you to your own devices. And I said to her, Diane, I was like, listen, you can't walk closest to the street. That's my job. It's a protection thing. I'm deep in my masculine, so I need you to get in your feminine, and don't walk behind me. Don't walk in front of me. Walk beside me so I can see you in my periphery. You know what I'm saying? In case something pops off, I can see you quick enough to grab you and pull you out of the way or something like that. She should have known better, but I'm going to tell you right now, she was very receptive to getting her feminine when I presented the masculine to her. We went and had lunch, and she appreciated the lunch and everything like that. And but she didn't say thank you. And I was like, Diane, listen, you just said in my video that you want to get married and stuff. These are little tiny things. One thing that you're not going to get overseas is that staunch rebellious spirit to the point that they're not teachable and coachable. They just need a little bit more guidance. And that's just a product of the media and everything that's going on now and stuff like that. Yeah, it's the feminism is creeping in overseas, but I'll tell you right now, it's nothing like here. You know how you'll go to like Europe and they'll be listening to rock and roll and hip hop from like the 90s, and we're in the 2020s now? Yeah, I would say feminism's starting over there, but it's like 30 years behind where the US is. Yeah.
So if you had to project it to some degree, do you think if they're 20, 30 years behind or wherever, would you say that the progression is 20 years from now, they might be where we're at with it?
I don't think so, because their
Why
men
not?
don't play that. And not to the point that they're going to be, force the women to do something. Man, Brazilian men are cold, yo. You think black men are cold? Man, Brazilian men are cold. I know Brazilian men that have dumped their girlfriends because they got sick, got a cold, and been like, yo, hit me back when you feel better. And they'll go get another girl. For real, for real. So it's just that they're going to get ignored. That whole movement is going to die on the vine in a place like Brazil, in a place like Colombia. It's going to get up here and it's just going to run out of fuel, kind of like a bottle rocket. Takes off at and a pop and it drops to the ground. That's it.
So they'll run into the problem that we run into, and we talk about that on this show from time to time. A lot of the things that we identify as problems, it's able to persist because not enough men even view it as a problem. You talk about how it was majority men who signed a lot of things into law that that aided and abetted them in basically becoming what they ultimately are today. So what about aside from the men just not going for it, aside from the men just flat out not going for it, would you say that just the general environment, we're talking about a third world country, developing country, where the money is different over there, what is to some degree, is it the case that the economics wouldn't even permit it? Regardless of how much they got feminism in their spirit, is like I don't even know if the economics even permit it, or does
the government there is no child support in Brazil, yo. And like in Colombia, the pre-birth eliminating of a child is illegal. So they are in environments where they absolutely need the family. They absolutely need the men. You're spot on with this, Bernard. You really are. Yeah, the environment doesn't go for it. And their government doesn't play that. Brazil has had a female president, Dilma Rousseff. And she got caught in a scandal, man. I think she's locked up right now. Former president of Brazil. So just because you are the fairer sex down there does not give you carte blanche to act however the heck you want to. They just don't play that down there. So yeah, it's definitely not going to, it's going to die on the vine. It may sputter at the low altitude it is now for another 5 or 6 years, but the men just aren't going for it. They got way too many options down there. Way too many options. There are too many women down there and the competition is fierce. So these women that are starting to approach the proverbial wall at 30, 35 years old, they're going to realize, they know that they're in competition and the way that they act is a big deal. They realize that their actions and their cooperation is a big deal down there outside of the way they look. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Prime VA 757 in the building says, German feminists are not the same as American ones. Is that something you can speak on? You've been to
I've never been to Germany. I have friends that have lived over there, but I've never been. So, I don't want to say too much, but I would imagine that's true. But here's what I can do. I can speak on, so Germany is Europe, right? Before I met my second wife, I was on the dating market down in Atlanta, and I met a young lady from Bratislava, Slovakia. You remember the movie Hostel?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the town that they shot Hostel in. And Eastern European girl. And she had been living in the United States for years and years. And she had some pro-woman views, which I'm cool. Like feminism at its base level, I'm cool with. Equality of opportunity for everybody, I'm cool with that. But the second she and I started dating, all that stuff went out the window. Like, there's certain things, it's not the same. So a Brazilian feminist is not the same. A German feminist, let's just look at the fitness. That ain't the same as what we deal with here in the United States. The ability to cook a good, healthy meal, not just for any man or children that you have, but can you cook for yourself, madam? Very different. They're raised so differently, you know what I'm saying? And there are just certain things that they won't do, or cross the line with. So yeah, I can't speak on Germany, but I can speak on an Eastern European woman that I actually dated. And even with the, modern woman leaning thought processes, she knew not to even bring it around me. You know what I mean? So yeah.
All right. Jay Moore in the building says we're in a hyperbolic time chamber of feminism in America compared to the rest of the world, where's Super Saiyan gods with this. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Something came up on the show where it was said or implied, and this was relating back to red pill or blue pill, and I did throw something out there how y'all are being red. Now, I'm not the first one who said this, sound like y'all being red pill for black women but blue pill for all other women. And it was argued he was like, over there, I don't have to be all red pilled up over there. I can let my guard down. I can loosen up. I mean, okay, it was Pablo. It was Pablo who said it. So yeah,
What's up, Pablo?
When he was super chatting, I was quoting him right when the super chat came in. So I'll go ahead and say it. It was him that said that I can let my guard down over there. I don't gotta be all red pilled up. He said none of that really matters over there. How much is there any truth in that? Because I respect to Pablo. I mean, granted, I haven't been there, but that's not passing the sniff test for me.
Yeah.
So go ahead. What are your thoughts?
I got to be honest, and listen, it does us no good to BS our audiences, right? So I'm gonna be honest with you. You know the term red pill rage, like when a brother is introduced to the red pill for the first time and starts learning the truth, and they're like, "Holy smokes, this makes so much sense. I'm so angry I didn't learn this before. Or, why did my dad teach me this? Or I've messed up and wasted so much time." There's something that I call PBE, Passport Bros Euphoria. Okay. Ooh. And when you go, red pill rage happens when you're introduced to the red pill. Passport Bro Euphoria is the first time that you go and travel internationally. 9 times out of 10, you have never experienced just femininity. And let's put it like this. When I say femininity, I don't mean a woman just serving you hand and foot and stuff like that. I'm talking about beautiful women that really love being women in their natural state, that eat healthy, that their bodies are the way that they should be, that enjoy working out, that genuinely enjoy the company of a man. When you go, let's talk about dating real fast. When you go to Latin America, right? It is so rare for I don't know of any like Brazilian men that will go on a first date with a Brazilian woman and take her to dinner. That doesn't happen. They're cool with walking the beach, sharing a acai bowl, which is the fruit with the granola and stuff on top of it, sitting at a kiosk on the beach or renting some chairs, sitting on the beach and having a beer together. That's a date to them. You know what I mean? So when you get these guys
it's
that
funny
come,
you say that because it's a lot of men in this space who are saying that, a first date should be that. Don't go crazy. Don't go, run up a $300 bill somewhere. If you're just trying to get to know her, you want to figure out if she crazy. She trying to figure out if you crazy. It shouldn't be, $500 to just to see if y'all can sit in the room and talk to each other. So so when guys are talking about going through like a walk at the park date. I live in Michigan, so it's something called the river walk out here. It's like
I'm familiar.
Okay, so yeah, and you see Canada right across the river and everything, and I'm like, so and me and my women, we go walk out there every now and then, and I see people out there, on dates or whatever. But one thing that I found out, a lot of women A lot of women around here complain about that. Like, oh, he was
Right.
trying to take me out to a river walk at some cheap date and just buy something from a little stand, a little something to drink from a little from one of the little local kiosks out there or whatever. It's like women around here complain about that. But men are basically saying, no, we see how y'all move, we see how y'all get down, all of that, rolling out the red carpet, dropping "Coming to America" rose petals at your feet on the first date. That ain't happening.
It's not happening.
And
it really doesn't happen overseas, Bernard. It really doesn't, man.
No, it sounds like
I can't speak so much on Europe. I've only spent brief amounts of time in Europe, like in Italy and stuff like that, on my way to and from deployments. But I can definitely speak on Latin America. But yeah, man. So what ends up happening is, right, these ladies are really about getting to know the person. You know what I mean? They want to know if they like you. And I've had this experience in Dominican Republic. I've gone to Colombia before, and LeBea has never heard this story. So, and she's upstairs listening, but it's the truth. I can remember I had a young lady that we were supposed to go out with, and we were trying to decide. We met up. We were just trying to decide what we were going to do. And she was cool with walking to there was a Subway sandwich place near where I stayed. And that's different for them. They don't really eat that. She was like, can we get a sandwich and maybe a bottle and we could just watch TV in the room? I'm like, yeah, sure. So it's just so different over there. Now, can you do that here? Sure. But different cultures. But I want to get back to what Pablo was talking about and this passport bro euphoria. Dude, when you experience that for the first time, I could tell you a story, and I don't want to like incriminate myself, but my first time going to Brazil, it was for my bachelor party before my first wedding, right? And this is 06. And a couple of buddies took me down there. And we went to, I'm going to just keep it real. I'm going to keep it a buck with you on your channel, okay? But I'm going to do my best to keep it PG. We went to the largest brothel in South America. And I didn't want to go because I was a good guy, you know. But when I walked in there and I saw those natural bodies, even back in 06, I was like, yo, this is a problem. I knew 16 years ago, this is a problem. So a single guy, the first time he puts his hand on a Brazilian woman's leg and feels her soft, sun-kissed skin and her bleached blonde hairs because she's in that salt water in the ocean all the time and it's natural, it's a wrap. Yeah, so brothers will definitely make exceptions for a woman based on her beauty and her femininity. It actually should be the other way around. The brother should be willing to sacrifice that beauty for a higher level of cooperation. But there's steps to this. So you got to go through the different levels of grief. You got to go through the different levels of being red pill. You got to go through the different levels of being a passport bro and everything. One of the best things that you can do, and I'm going to give a shameless plug here because I've had a lot of brothers reaching out to me about consultations because they want to travel. You either need to go with somebody that you know and trust that's been in country, or pay the money and get some type of consultation and advice before you go and travel abroad for the first time. You know, it'll help you avoid a lot of the pitfalls and stuff like that. That doesn't mean you have to talk to me. You can talk to Richie Matt. You can talk to some of these other brothers. You got the BMO crew, BMT, all those guys, you know, but you should definitely do that. And that will keep you from that euphoric state. It's like that first hit of heroin, you know. I hear it's great, you know, and yeah, people will lose their mind and they'll go completely blue pill. I've seen brothers do all kinds of stuff, buy girls phones, cars, and it's so foreign to those ladies because their men don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah. Well, I mean, I know you didn't want a shameless plug, but I'll plug you. So there's something you do this on your Patreon, I presume. The brothers, how did they get at you for something? How do they get at you for that?
I do have a Patreon and I need to revive it. I'm going to start having these conversations over there. But if you're really going to go, you need a consultation. You need a consultation, or you need to go with somebody that knows the land. You really do.
How do they contact you?
El Wapo at thebeautifullies.com.
All right, that's your.
Yeah.
Oh, so that.
Just shoot me an email. Same email you
Okay,
have. Yeah.
okay, cool. All right, I'll put that in the chat room, and then the moderators can go ahead and let me try to find the email. All right, there it is. That's got it right now. Quick copy and paste. Hold on, wait a second there. All right, couple more clicks, and we should. There's the email right there in the chat room. There's the email right there in the chat room. So
Appreciate that,
yeah.
boss.
Yeah. So yeah, you know how to contact them if you want more information, if you're interested in that. So go ahead and do that. But on the super chats, everybody who supports the stream, do appreciate each and every one of y'all. Shout out to what I already read. Jay Moore already read. Well, I didn't read Pablo's. I had it clicked on it. He said, El Wapo is spot on. Men also hold the keys to employment for most women abroad.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Pablo. Shout out to 1MT in the building. He says,
"Oh, what's up, Scholar?
What's
Scholar,
going on?
You don't know me and I don't know you, but I've been watching your channel for years, bro. I've been watching your channel for years, man. That's a smart young brother right there.
Oh yeah.
He says he looks young. I think Scholar's 37. He's a smart brother though.
Yeah, something like that. I think he's 38. Yeah, he's right around that age. Osmosis reacted to building says, I dated and lived with a woman in Germany for a year. I do agree. It was different and I wasn't having to put on a show like with the women in the States. And she was feminine at all times. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Hoop Jargon Media Network in the building. Yeah, make sure y'all go and check that brother out. Subscribe to him if you haven't already. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Hoop Jargon Media Network. He says, this man isn't lying. When I played pro in Europe, and I met this brother. He's like 7'11". No,
Golly,
I'm just playing. He ain't that tall, but he's tall. I met him in person.
I got you.
He might be about 6'7". He's tall, brother. Played some pro ball overseas, but he says this man isn't lying. When I played pro ball in Europe, it spoiled me how easy it was to get and maintain beautiful women. I came back home like, damn. He's trying to go swim back on a raft, trying to get back over there.
It's like that, man.
Pablo back in the building. He says, what I mean by you don't have to be red pill in certain countries abroad is the social contract between men and women is still in place. Let's speak on that one. The social contract between men and women, because truth be told, that's really a lot of what's being addressed or picked apart, scrutinized, and called out for the nonsense that it is, the social contract between men and women in America, or as far as Black Manosphere is concerned, the social contract or lack thereof between Black men and Black women. That's a lot of what's being more or less called out in this space and discussed in this space. So let's talk about the social contract between men and women abroad, particularly in Brazil, DR, the countries that the brothers like to travel to. So let's do it.
Let's do it. So modern American women, you are in breach of the contract here in the United States. Okay. You are not fulfilling your end, and in fact, you're trying to reap the compensation that we get on our end without fulfilling your end. So they're in complete breach of contract here, right? When you go abroad, this is such a good point, man. That was a great comment. When you go abroad, women inherently know, it is ingrained within them what they get from what they put out, even sexually. They do. They know what. Boy, I could tell you, but we'd have to do Bernard Riley After Dark for that one, man. But I'm just telling you, they know what it is. Let me explain something to you, brothers. And this lends back to Pablo's first statement. When you go overseas, brothers, y'all are the ones in breach of contract. Let me explain why. Before any guy goes and travels, he really needs to operate and do the research and be in his masculine. You've heard one master teacher scholar talk about this. You've heard even the young brother Austin Holloman talk about this. And even though Austin is new to the travel game, one thing that I know from watching his videos, he's working very hard to learn Portuguese. You know what I'm
I
saying?
heard that too.
Every time I hear him speak, his vocabulary and his diction and his ability to piece words together in sentences is improving. Okay. So for real, men, when you go over there, and as Danica Marie would say, you're a simp lollipoppy, and you go over to these other countries, you're in breach of contract because these women expect you to be in your masculine. That's all they see. You don't see Brazilian simps. You don't. You do not see Brazilian born male simps in Brazil. It doesn't happen. So when you go over there simping, you're actually peeing in the pool that everybody else has to swim in. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, the social contract here in the United States, women are in breach of it. Men, if you're going to go overseas, learn your red pill. Understand how you're supposed to be able to stand on your square. You're about yourself and your purpose first. You know what I'm saying? Get your body in order. They don't make any excuse. Well, they do. They'll make some excuses. They're not really that. They do. They'll make some excuses for how you look. And if you treat them well and stuff like that, but those women down there, you know, they do want to feel protected. I'm going to tell you right now, not only is Brazil the home of the bikini, Brazil is the home of the Brazilian wax. Brazil is also the home of Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And them cats and capoeira. Them cats can get down. You better be able to defend, shorty. Luckily, in 16 years, I've never had a problem with that, you know, knock on wood. But if it ever were to arise, I know that, you know, I would have to, even if I was, you know, taking LaBea down there or my daughters down there. Yeah.
Let's well, real quick, shout out to Ride of God podcast came through, dropped something on the Cash App, and I do appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. And 1MT back in the building says I can speak on Europe.
Shout out
to El Wapo. Absolutely do appreciate what
Bernard, I appreciate you saying the name right too. That's dope, yo. You're like,
hey, I was getting it wrong for like 2-3 months,
and he don't say it right.
Hey, I was botching it for a long time, man. I was like, I really had to dig deep to get it right, man. It was difficult. It was difficult, but I want to get in that. And first off, see, I want to back up. Originally, before El Wapo was decided to come on, I was going to have on a guy who was want to give pushback to a lot of things that the Passport Bros say. The floor is still open for that, for somebody who has pushback. I don't believe in having echo chambers. So if you got some disagreement, if you think, because I mean he was from Brazil, or I believe he's from Brazil. I know he's from over on that side of the world. So he had a different perspective, and he was saying that feminism is affecting everything over there. Those women are not that much different, or blah blah blah. He was laying it all out. He sent me a long email laying out his case, and I was like, "Yep, we got to have a show about that." He wasn't able to make it, you know. So, if you're in the audience and you do have a perspective similar to the gentleman who was going to be on the show, by all means, when I put the link in the chat, please come up. Please come up, because I do want to. That's what I was fishing for today, to get a different perspective on this. I was really fishing to get a different perspective on this, and I still would like that. So if you're in the audience and you do have a different perspective, even if you don't live over there like the gentleman that I was going to talk to, but I don't care what experience. If you have just a little experience, I would like your perspective. I would like your perspective. But let's get back into that, because that's something that doesn't get talked about that much. The whole idea and concept of simping over there. What would qualify? Because I've always had this view, just based off everything that I've been told. Like for example, I'll say it like this. From my view, just from listening to all the brothers explain everything, it seemed like it was kind of hard to simp over there. For example, Game Changer was telling me how he you know, I forgot where he was at, Philippines, I believe it was, and he was like, they, you know, she worked, the woman that he was dealing with over there, she made like $1.50 per day. He said he took her to Wendy's, and the prices at Wendy's are the same as they are over there. So she's not going to save up, 3-4 days of work to go go splurge on some Wendy's. So when he did as little as took the woman to Wendy's she was excited. She was happy. And he said this was
Yeah.
a woman that was, like a borderline 7 who was excited about Wendy's.
Yeah.
And to the point that when they talked like 3 months later after the fact, she brought it up like, hey, remember when we went to our spot,
Yeah.
Wendy's? He was like, what? It was just Wendy's. But so that just has me to some degree of the view like it's pretty damn hard to simp over there. When I talked to one MP, he was saying that paying $12, a woman he's hanging out for the weekend, he bought her a little $12 dress that might have been $130 or something, $150 maybe, over here.
Mhm.
He said he bought her a little $12 dress from some little spot, some little stand, just did something nice for her with some little pocket change, basically.
Right.
It's like, $12. I mean, can you really say he's simping? A 12, like it's hard to be a $12 simp. It's hard to be a
But
Wendy's.
it's all relative though, Bernard.
It's hard to
It's
be a
all
Wendy's
relative.
simp. Okay,
Yeah.
explain.
And so here's Kevin Samuels used to say this, right? He used to say that women need to understand that they are not competing with the women around them for the good man. They're competing with the women around him. So when it comes to simping, it would make sense to me that simping is not based on the comparison of what's around you as a man. It's based on what that woman is used to. So the $12 dress in her culture, if no man has ever done something like that for her before, that's going to stand out. Do I consider it simping? No, but you might be setting the wrong trend. But you know what? Honestly, this once again is why you've got to go through your red pill journey as a man. And red pill is not being, hyper masculine or anything like that. Just understanding the truth about women and hypergamy and all that stuff and monkey branching, because the nature of women is the same worldwide. Mm-hmm. Their nature, the feminism is a variable that's starting to inject itself into different cultures, right? But their actual nature, their constant is worldwide. So you have to understand that and be on your square and in your masculine. And sometimes you gotta, hey, you do something nice and everything. The second they feel entitled, you better start pulling back. The second they start acting up, you better start pulling back. But, a $12 dress is not a big deal. But let me take a girl. I love my lady in some Air Max, like some Vapor Max. You know what I'm saying? Let me take a girl in Brazil, a $200 pair of Vapor Max. I just bought LeBea some Vapor Max, just because. Those are 1,000 Hey shoes to them.
You said Vapor Max? What? There's some shoes?
Nike Vapor Max. They're the Air Max with the bubble all on the bottom.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm not a shoe person. Okay. Okay. I got it. I'm back.
Yeah.
I got you. All right, cool.
So let you take a girl like a pair of those. Number one, she's going to stick out like a sore thumb because only the richest of the rich wear shoes like that down there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
And number two, you're just setting the bar a little bit too high. You don't need to compete like you would compete here in the US. You need to compete with how they are dealt with in their culture. And that needs to be your litmus test when it comes to, are you simping or not? My humble opinion.
That's a good point. That's a good point. If you're what you would spend over here to impress a woman, you're probably damn near paying her rent for 6 months,
right?
Paying all her bills for 6 months, over there. So yeah, no, I do completely understand that. I would say that would qualify as a guy, more or less simping over there if he's, even though he can afford it, given the economic differences from our money to their money. You're more or less, if you're footing too much of a bill over there, you're doing too much. So I definitely understand that. That is a good point. Do we speak fully on the social contract between?
I believe we did. We said that the women here in the US are in breach. And when you go down there and you're not on your square and operating in your masculine, you're in breach because you're not as masculine as the women are feminine there. They're performing at a higher level in their femininity than you are performing in your masculinity. And wherever you are in the world, man, you should be setting the tone. So a woman should never be more feminine than you are masculine.
Good stuff. So The link is in the chat. I am going to open it up. Like I said, I would like for, I mean, you know, if you got some take, you got to take some perspective on this. Let's make sure we remember what the main topic was. We were talking about whether or not feminism is affecting the women overseas. Like I said, I had a gentleman who was going to come on and argue that the women over there was no different. If you have that same perspective as the gentleman who was going to come on the show, I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it. But you know, all views. If you're more in agreement with El Wapo, by all means, you're welcome to come up and join the conversation. I kind of knew I would be joined by Pablo Frescobar in the building, so shout out to Pablo. But I'm partial to disagreement and dissenters today. I'm very partial to disagreements and dissenters today. But the floor is open, and Pablo, who's coming to us live in effect from, I believe, Medellin right now. Is that where you're at, Pablo?
I am. Yes,
right
sir.
Right on, my man.
What's up,
what time is it over there?
Shout out to El Guapo. Guapo, man, I love your channel. You do amazing work over there.
Much appreciated.
Wait, hold on, Pablo. How you sound better over there when you call in from the States? It's all that rattling and crackling in the background. You sounding crystal clear over there.
I'm actually, well, when I'm there, I'm at work. Right. Okay. So I'm riding around on the iPad and all that kind of stuff. So here I'm in my apartment. I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm on my laptop. That's why.
Got you.
But
so what's on your mind as far as the topic today? And you came up, so you can speak on that too. So go ahead.
Yeah. So, man, Guapo is spot on a lot of things. And when I was talking about, the social contract is in place, he's correct in that the expectation is that men are going to pay and women are going to reciprocate with femininity, sexuality, all the other stuff that we expect from women, right? They might cook a meal for you. They may clean your apartment. They're going to do all of those other things. So to the simping question, it was always my understanding is that simping is when you are placing an investment of time, money, and resources in a woman, and that woman is not reciprocating.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
Right. So what happens abroad is because that social contract tends to be in place, the women are reciprocating what the men are investing. And so if that's being done, I don't have a problem if a guy want to buy a girl a $12 dress. You enjoy yourself, homie. If you want to take her to a nice restaurant she never been, knock yourself out. Where it gets a little complicated is the expats, the American expats who live abroad. When a guy's on a 1 week vacation once a year, and he comes down and he treats the women like
I know what you're about to say. You're absolutely right, dude. You're absolutely right.
They start complaining.
Hold on. When he treats them like what? Hold on, I missed that. When he treats them like what?
Like gold. Yeah.
Like what?
Gold. GOLD.
Oh, okay. Treats them like gold. Okay.
Right. So now that expat who lives in country and is American, now the bar is risen for him. Do you see what I mean? And so you have your expats, you have your frequent travelers like myself, and then you have your weekend, what they call your weekend warriors, right? And when they come, they're the ones that kind of raise the standard and do, I guess, I still wouldn't consider it simping because they're getting a return on what they're doing. But what happens is it kind of raises the level of the women's expectations, particularly with foreigners.
Make I
Can we keep it a buck? I'm sorry, Bernard.
No, go ahead, Wapo. Go ahead.
You know where you really see this, Pablo, and you know this, and I know this. This is where you really see that in the pay for play portion of traveling abroad.
Exactly.
You really see that.
What, they upping the prices too high for y'all now?
These dudes will come. Look, the Italians were no disrespect to any Italian people, but the Italians are notorious for this in Brazil. paying top dollar, like 5 times as much as a girl would normally charge in Brazil. You know, I'll tell you, let's take it away from pay for play. Let's talk about just negotiation. There are a lot of markets. Go ahead.
No, you don't gotta pull back. You can go ahead. I mean, we get a little wild over here. So I mean, I
y'all just got to read
you,
between the lines.
Yeah,
y'all got to read between the lines.
I do respect that you're trying to keep it clean.
Yeah,
but my live show ain't the cleanest, so you can go ahead and you can let loose a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when you're in Brazil and you go to, like, there's a hippie festival. It's like an open market in Ipanema every Sunday. I love it. Great souvenirs and stuff that you can buy. And you go to the little kiosks. They might have jewelry. They might have shirts. They might have bags. I've gotten jewelry boxes over there and stuff like that. They expect you to negotiate. They're going to give you a price and they're going to expect you to negotiate. This would be, the Italians would be akin to not even waiting for the price and naming them, hey, I'll pay you triple whatever that thing is worth, and I'll take it. And of course, the normal Brazilians and people that engage in that market are going to be like, oh, because now this is the same problem that we have here with mediocre women that get with higher tier guys on that one night stand, that whole alpha widowing. It can happen abroad too, but it happens with the dollar a lot of times. Yeah. So what Pablo is saying, I'm picking up what you're putting down, bro, is the fact that, you know, especially in that pay for play world, dudes come over and they can mess it up for everybody. Once again, this is why I say you need some guidance and some mentorship before you travel overseas. You can figure it out all yourself, but you'll save yourself a lot of time and money by investing in the information up front.
Right on. Son is hot Ron in the building says, I've noticed the aesthetic difference between Colombian women and Brazilian women. Although both are fit, the Brazilian women appear to have more muscle definition.
I'd agree with that.
Disagree?
Okay. Culture of fitness in Brazil. Culture of fitness. Every day after work, I was in Sierra Fortaleza, Brazil, some years ago. It's been about a decade, but every day after 5 o'clock, people would be out running, walking. There would be exercise classes. You could hear them almost all over the city. And that was a thing. And I noticed that it was a cultural phenomenon. It wasn't just a small group of people. It was most of the people in that particular city at that time. That's what was going on. It was after work, we work out, we exercise, we run, we jog, we go to the gym. That's kind of what it was.
All right. Well, we are joined by Skylar, one master teacher in the building. Welcome.
What's up,
welcome back.
1MT?
Welcome back.
Tested 1 2. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
What's up, G man?
Life is
beautiful
good.
Beautiful lives in Fresco Bar, man. You know, I check out both of you guys' channels, man. Amazing content as per usual. I'm just shocked at the amount of people who do not really understand how and what it takes for feminism to work. Okay, in order for and that's why these guys are saying, hey, you know, feminism is here, feminism is there. I live in England, right? I've been here since 2016. Okay. If any place where feminism is going to rear its ugly head outside of the United States, it'll be here. And like Wapo was saying earlier, it does exist, but in order for it to really work, you have to have the government involved. Okay. Look at what Joe Biden just did last week. He you know, pretty much gave everybody with student loans $10,000 towards their student loan debt, right? The stimulus checks that we got last year when everyone was complaining about them, government handouts, child support, all of these different stipends. And also, one thing you guys didn't mention is a lot of these women in these countries, these quote unquote rich countries, they're floating and living off of credit cards.
Guapo,
how often do you see Brazilians with credit cards?
Never. Not never.
You know what I'm saying? It's the same. It's kind of the same way here too. And outside of the UK and the United States, the whole feminism movement just falls off a cliff. I akin it to you guys are familiar with jalapenos, right? And peppers. They have something
Yep.
called a Scoville ranking, right? So your jalapenos, you know, they're on the lower end of the totem pole, right? And you can go all the way up to the Carolina Reaper, right? Feminism in the United States is that Carolina Reaper, right?
Hallelujah.
Just the pure disdain of men in America, like it is unreal when you leave and start to see how these other places are. Is feminism in Brazil? Sure. Is feminism in Colombia? Sure. But it's going to be at such a very light and not so spicy way.
Right.
That's
on,
what I'll
right
say.
on. All right, good stuff. Good stuff.
Good analogy.
A question came through. Oh, and I see that you got to leave in 10 minutes, El Wapo. So cool. No problem with that. Do gotta thank you while you're here for definitely for impromptu coming up and bailing me out today because my special guest bailed on me. So I'm glad
It's all good, man. Listen, it's my pleasure. What a great topic to talk about. And we got to be honest, you know, and you've got men up here that travel. You know what I'm saying? I like this question. I saw
speaking
this.
of which, well, Guapo, you could just give him a quick plug, man. Like I'm in the same position as you. I'm been in the Air Force. I'm at 19 years. I just got my retirement approved.
Man,
Brothers who really wanna
congratulations,
travel-
bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. So it's like brothers who really want to get out of the world or get out of the United States and explore a little bit, take a risk. Take a risk. I joined the military in 2003, right?
Wow.
The reason why I joined the military was because I had an affection for, I'm gonna keep it real. I had an affection for Japanese women. I was like, I'm gonna get out of my mom's house. I'm gonna join the Air Force, and I want to get stationed in Japan. Never got stationed in Japan, but it changed my life completely, man. You guys get off your ass if you're not doing anything. You're doing something honorable. You're serving your country. You're getting a paycheck. You're learning a skill. And if something happens, you can claim disability too. That's all I got.
And the world is your oyster. You're about to retire. So I went in 96. I don't mean to derail the show, but can I show my soon-to-be retiree brother some love, Bernard? I went in and enlisted in 96, and my class at the Air Force Academy was 2003. So all of my classmates are retiring now. You know what I mean? And yeah, dude, you're about to retire. The world, you already know this though, Scholar. The world is your oyster now, but boy, I can't wait. Where are we having the party at when your retirement ceremony, your retirement party? I want to invite.
I didn't tell anybody, but I'm going to Brazil in 2 weeks for like 30 days. You know, I got use or lose. I got to burn before I retire. So I'm gonna just
where in Brazil are you going to be?
Ipanema.
Okay. I will be there on the 30th. I'm taking my brother just turned 30, and I'm taking him down for his 30th birthday. Well, I got to be in and out because I got a bunch of stuff to do, but we'll talk behind the scenes. I'll see you down there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Look at that. Meeting up internationally for a beer. You see how that works, fellas?
That's what's up. That's what's up. I like that. Definitely like that. Definitely like that. What did you say you were just about to go right now, or did I hear that? Okay, you got it.
I can say something about this chat because this is something I've looked into.
All right,
deeply.
yeah. Shout out to Rod the God podcast. It says, can we address the elephant in the room? AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
The degree that that's an elephant in the room.
So hold on. So you address it first, El Guapo, and I'm gonna alley-oop it really quick.
Yeah. Okay. Real easy. I live in just north of Washington, D.C. Per capita, AIDS and HIV is way worse in Washington, D.C. than it is in the entirety of Brazil. That's that. Don't believe me? Go check the numbers.
Same for Atlanta.
So these guys who keep claiming this HIV and AIDS thing, I mean, I think they're looking at a magazine from the 1990s. All right. So all you have to do really is go to cdc.gov and you can look and see where the prevalence of HIV is. And if you look at it, the United States is just as bad as Brazil as a country. They're both red. And it's funny, is like, I mean, I don't understand, like, these guys aren't strapping up when they go to these countries, or they say, hey, you know what, I'm just not going to wear a condom. Like, I don't get it. Like, you strap up in the States the same way you do in Brazil. Am I missing something?
Nah, you're on point.
So yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous, and it just goes to show you whoever made that comment doesn't travel. But anyway.
Yeah.
So can I roll out, Bernard? Would you mind, sir?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Do you mind if I roll out? I have some business I have to attend to.
No. Go ahead and roll out, man. Again, thank you for coming in impromptu and saving the show today, man. So I do. No,
you're good. You got some heavy hitters in, gentlemen. This has been a pleasure, Scholar. I'm gonna hit you behind the scenes. I'll be staying walking distance from you, man. I'll be in Copacabana, and then my business office is in Leblon. So you're right in the middle of both of those if you're in Ipanema. So we'll catch up, and we'll definitely 100%. Go grab a beer or break some bread, man.
Let's do it.
All right, Wapo.
All right. Take care, y'all. Right. El Wapo out.
Peace. And shout out to Radagot. Radagot, a cool brother. He you know, Radagot is cool. He's not one of those anti-travel brothers. He just was throwing a question out there. Maybe, just honestly don't know the data on it, and so he just was asking. I know so a lot of people do have a perception, particularly in African countries, that the HIV rate is through the roof. I don't even know the stats on that, but I mean, obviously fair points that if you're rolling through Atlanta and you meet a chick, you should put on a condom. If you touchdown land in Brazil and you meet a chick, you should put on a condom. And so it's like the rules are the rules everywhere. So that is what it is. So Rod of God podcast, he says, it's just a question, bro. Chill out. I don't travel. Why so triggered? But all right. So all right, cool. Let's
no pushback today. No.
Yeah. I've been trying to get the pushback on this on these topics, because I don't want to completely echo chamber it out. Nobody's coming with pushback. We got Azrael in the building, but I'm pretty sure he's not.
Oh no, I'm going to Mexico in 2 days. I'm not.
So yeah, no, we don't got no pushback on this one. We don't got no pushback on this one. Maybe hey, okay, all right. So this is how we'll do it for those who I know who are hate watching and disagreeing, and y'all don't have the testicles to pull up on the panel. Go ahead and just type it out in the chat room. I'll click. You don't even got to super chat it. Just type it out. I'll click on it. I'll read your objection and let the brothers respond to it. How about that? We'll do that. If y'all don't got the testicles to come on up, we can do it that way. We could definitely do it that way. But
no, you gotta understand these are the Morlocks.
Go ahead, Azrael. What's on your mind? Yeah, you just got to present.
I wanted to say what you were pointing to. These are the Morlocks of the manosphere. They're not gonna come out and be around the public, the greater society. They have to dwell in the sewers and cause havoc. Every now and then they'll pop up, but it's like they're so dysfunctional and they can't come up here and refute any points. But I wanted to point out something that Rod of God said, and interestingly enough, as many of you know about Aaron Fountainhead, that has his channel called I believe it's called Expose the Manosphere. He did an excerpt on how DR has been flooded. It said something like 70,000 people in DR have HIV/AIDS or whatever. Then I said in the comment section, I said, by the way, I did the math on the HIV stat that he did. I said 9 million people reside in Dominican Republic, and that 70,000 that he proclaimed, that represents about 7 to 8% of the population, right? So 7 to 8% of the population have HIV. I said, meanwhile, in Atlanta, there's almost 500,000 people living there, and they have an HIV rate of 13%. So I said, so I'm just wondering, how come I have a higher chance of contracting HIV in an American city than I do in a third world country, right? And then I said, I'm also curious to your assertions and calling these women destitute and poor, because my parents are immigrants, so I have a little bit of a trigger when I hear people say that these people are poor and they're destitute. Like, I have family members in all around the country, and a lot of my family members are still living in the Caribbean. They have houses in America. So when I hear people say that these people are destitute and they're just dysfunctional and they're back bush, it irritates me, because a lot of these people have better careers than the average American. And I've dated women from different countries as well. So I kind of get annoyed by that.
Well, Azriel, to your point, I hear a lot of, oh well, they're you over there dealing with poor women. Well, when did being poor become a character flaw?
And
Exactly.
hold on,
Especially in a third world country, especially like, yeah, that was
what's
my problem with
crazy?
that.
You know what's crazy, when you look at the median income for a lot of these brothers who say that, they broke too. And a lot of these women who talk shit about brothers who travel in these quote unquote passport boroughs, they broke bitches too. Like, who? I would, next time somebody comes out and they say, hey, well, are you going to this other country? I want to see your fucking bank account. Because I guarantee you, most of these people who talk shit don't have 15,000 saved up, and that's on the low end.
Yeah.
So I'm tired of people talking. You broke too, and you in the richest country, so that makes it even worse.
Yep. I mean, El Guapo, and I wanted to shout out to him. He's from Baltimore, and he knows the situation. He said the funny thing is, ironically, when he coming from Baltimore and seeing the favelas in Brazil is a whole different ball game. However, you have more opportunities from mobility in America. So it's like, what's the excuse for you being, like what at 1MT said, what is your excuse for being poor here? There shouldn't be no excuse. You have free reign to pretty much pursue any type of career that you want, right? I mean, for example, I've dated, and this is the funny thing when I hear people say about this whole concept of resting in your femininity is bullcrap. Because I've dated a woman that was from Paris. She was French, but her parents were Cape Verdean, so technically she was Cape Verdean, and that was probably the most feminine woman I've ever dated in my whole life. Right? I was shocked. Like, it was an experience, and I dated her in the summer like 2020, and in France she was a lawyer. So my thing is, this is like compare and contrast. Like, people always say, oh, it's the career, it's the corporate environment that are making women, particularly black women, masculine. That's not true. Because even you have Andreas, his wife is a corporate accountant and she still pours his drink from him. She's still submissive. It's a mindset. It's not necessarily conditioned or socialized. You have to choose to want to do better. And I believe that the women over there are proactive in it, because I'm sorry, go ahead, 1MT.
No, I'm
No,
not even
sorry.
sure he was trying to
I'm
say
talking to
something.
myself. My bad.
Yeah, no. I mean, but that's all I had to say is, like, I witnessed it. So it's like, when a lot of brothers say when they come back, I can kind of understand where they're coming from. It's like, when you come back, you don't tolerate the BS no more, is because you know that it's all bunk. If I was a college student and I'm dating a lawyer and she's like the most feminine, submissive experience that I ever had, I'm not gonna have that experience if I'm dating the average black woman that's a lawyer and I'm in a college student. People might say, oh, you just need game. It's like, I doubt that, because she's going to be full of herself.
All right. We got Game Changer in the building. What's going on, GC?
Hey, what's going on, Bernard?
What up?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you
Okay.
good.
Okay, great. I
What's
want
on
to
your mind?
ask. I want to ask 1MT something, because it's something that he mentioned on his last show. He mentioned it a couple of times, but he mentioned it most recently on his last show, and it's definitely something I agree with, and it's something that I also see becoming probably a larger problem as brothers travel more. So, 1MT, you were talking about how when brothers leave the States, they take their standards with them. I've seen it, and I've seen that it's a problem. In the Philippines, there may be like, they probably have a fat or obesity rate of about 2-3%. And for whatever reason, one of the brothers I've seen there was with one of them. So what I noticed as a result of that, they take the chubby chaser that they're forced they take the chubby chasing that they're forced into in the States because that's just what's prevalent in the States. They take that standard there. And what happens is there's an assumption amongst the women in certain places that that's what we want. You know, I had more than a few, but it wasn't a lot, but it was still more than I felt comfortable with. Overweight Filipinas come my way. Like, you know, hey, I'll put it like this. I know they wouldn't have come to me if I were Korean or Australian or something like that. They come to me with the assumption that I like that crap. So, what's your take on that?
I think what I said and what you said is absolutely spot on. I see it in the military. When I travel with guys that are in the military, when I see them marry women from other countries, a lot of the times they marry fat women. And it's crazy. It's not just black guys too; it's the white ones as well. I don't know what it is. It's that American men have been conditioned for so long to accept overweight women. We see it with the body positivity movement. We see it with Lizzo. We see it with everything. And I approached a woman in Thailand one time, and I've told this story many times. She was a petite type, and when I approached her, she looked like a raccoon in the headlight. She's like, "Why are you talking to me? I thought black guys like the thick ones."
Yeah. So that
with in Thailand, and here's the crazy part is a lot of the times, the woman is not fat, but she's thick, right? But sometimes there's a scale of thickness, and sometimes brothers get a little overloaded. There is some very, very, very attractive women overseas that are on the thicker side, that the men in that country would not touch. Right. And you would look at her, Game Changer. You would look at her, Bernard would look at her like, yo, she's perfect for what I like. But the men in that country, for whatever reason, they like them thin. I would say it's really only predominantly black men who have an affinity for thick women. I would say it's black men are like leading the race by a long shot, and then Hispanic guys will come through, and then it just falls off a cliff. So that's kind of like a pro in itself, like a positive thing, because you will go to, like, for instance, I went to Poland, right? There is some thick, fine ass Polish chicks that I know if they were in the States, dudes would be salivating at the mouth. But in that country, they just don't get any looks, and when they don't get any looks from their men, they start to think that they're ugly. They start to think that they're not attractive. You see where I'm going with this? So there is some benefits to it. I see both sides, but I made a comment, like, a lot of these guys are posting these fat bitches in my Facebook group, and we had to shut that shit down. Brothers are,
yeah.
Brothers are, we had to have an intervention in my Facebook group. But yeah, a lot of guys, they are used to dealing with fat women in the States, or overweight women in the States, the women with pudge that have a little pudge to them or whatnot. But the difference is, when they go to these other countries, these women the software is completely different. So hey, I like these chubby chicks, but this chick is super, super cool. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. I think of what I'm seeing is guys are taking their taste with them overseas, but they're getting the feminine energy to go along with it. And that is the difference.
Well, so
real quick, Trina B. Hold on, real quick. Trina B. Hold your thought, GC. Trina B. in the building says, "I don't agree with trying to shame black men for traveling. I would rather them be happy somewhere else than miserable here." Thank you for the super chat, Trina B. I do appreciate that. And as y'all see scrolling on the bottom of the screen, it says, "Hang out with Bernard Riley and a few fellow Black Manosphere bros at Barcode in Detroit for games and drinks September 19th, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. No cover charge or free fees. More info here. Click the link in the chat room. That link should be going through the chat room. If you're in the Detroit area and you want to come hang out, it's something, we just getting together. We're going to try to do something like that monthly for Black Manosphere content creators and subscribers in the Detroit area. So if you're interested, come on and hang out. Click on that link to get more information. I don't think it's in the chat room right now, but it will be shortly if you're in the Detroit area and you're interested in coming on through the to hang out, coming on through the hangout. And also shout out to everybody who's supported the stream thus far. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Appreciate each and every one of them. I'm trying to click on that. Yeah, shout out to everybody who supported the stream so far. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Hold on, one more thing. I don't know if there was another announcement. I can't remember. I'll bring it up when I remember. Fuck it. Okay, go ahead, GC. You got it.
Oh no. So as content creators and influencers, because I don't want this to be a thing. I really want brothers to raise their standards as they travel. And I know you were talking about the thick thing. No, that Filipina chick was just downright fat. I mean, like, A to B cup, but the belly came out more than the breast did. And I get.
Are you referring to a chick that he showed on his channel?
No, I'm referring to in my travels what I seen a brother messing with because we stayed in the same hotel.
Yeah,
and then
I did want to see images of what was being called, what legitimately gets called fat over there. I do want to, if y'all got some images, I do want to see so I can get a scale of the difference.
All the stuff you like, Bernard, is called fat.
No, cut it out.
Well, she wasn't Lizzo fat, granted. However, she was she was out of shape woman. I know the difference between thick and fat, and she wasn't thick. And yeah, I do know that there is a niche of women who are considered thick that others consider just unattractive that Black men tend to go for. This wasn't that. I just want brothers to raise their standards. I don't want to be seen as the dumpster divers.
What you want, GC, is you want things to remain the same. You want things to remain the same, because that's just more beautiful women for you, bro. Let them do what they do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't change them. You can't change what people like. I can raise an alarm and say, hey, man, you know that you can get a chick that's a certified model out here with just a fraction more work and more looking. But at the end of the day, let them do what they do. Let them do what they do, and that's going to be more beautiful women for you, because I've already said it many times. I have no worries about Colombia being overran with Pookies and Ray Rays like we talk about, or Brazil, or all these other countries, because I actually see boots on the ground what they're actually dealing with, and I just be like, okay, well, I'm not worried, because they can have all the fat and ugly ones. So that's just more for you, bro. Let them do what they do. And again, as I've said, it's not necessarily just Black men, because I see some white dudes with some hideous ass fucking Thai chicks, bro. All the white men are in Thailand and in East Asia. You're not gonna really see them too much in Colombia and in Brazil. They're there, but the overwhelming majority of them are in Eastern Europe. That's where they at. That's when you go there and you be like, man, that's all these white dudes over here from Australia, from the United States, from Sweden, from Norway, from Russia. That's where all the white boys go. And there's a lot of fuckery that's going on there too. The only problem is we don't see it. So all eyes is on brothers going to South America because we like curves.
1MT, anyway. Question.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think the white men don't receive nearly as much pushback for their foreign escapades as Black men?
Okay, that's a good question. So first of all, we have to understand that it's not just Black men that are complaining about their women, right? Roosh V, we all know who Roosh V is. Roosh V was actually a pioneer in the whole traveling and giving his commentary on different countries. He was all over. He's been to practically every country that you can think of that has beautiful women. And what he did was he compared and contrasted what the women were like here versus in America. He was the first person to do it. I used to read his blogs. Okay, he got so much heat for what he was writing and in his interviews that he was banned forever in the United Kingdom. Okay. Now, fast forward it to now. The reason why white men don't get it's the same amount of pushback is because the white women know and they understand that they don't own their men. Black women believe that they own you. That's where the pushback is rooting comes from. A lot of them are looking at some of you guys like insurance policies. If things don't work out between me and this dude, listen, I got a fallback plan. I can just get this guy that's an engineer making $120,000 a year. That's what I believe. They are not happy. Hold on 1 second. And another reason why they are upset is because they like to compete with men. They're men, right? So they're going to come out and say, well, if this guy can go to Colombia, Brazil, get a beautiful woman, I should be able to go to Colombia, Brazil, and get a beautiful guy. But it doesn't work that way because, sister, you priced yourself out of the market. You said you want a man that makes $100,000 a year. These guys ain't making a fraction of that. Your best bet is in the United States. And they don't like that. Mm-hmm. So they try to shame you and tell you that, you know, we've heard all the tropes. I actually have a bingo card that I'm gonna come out with that describes every single excuse that they say. You hate yourself, your mom, you don't love your mom, all this bullshit. But that's the gist of it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And the reason
I have an answer to that question too, if I may. I think one of the reasons why Black women do it more than white women is because for whatever reason, for far too many Black men, it's effective. Something like that shouldn't be effective. It really should.
That is true. It scares. And you know what else they do? I'm sorry.
Damn, you made him knock all the shit off his desk with that one. He was like, that is true. And just threw all the
This is what pisses me off the most, bro. This is what pisses me off the most. And you guys are gonna see it. It is the fake concern that they tell you. Oh, you got to be careful over there. Oh, make sure you be careful. They always trying to tell you what's going on in these other countries. Oh, they robbing you over. They're gonna rob people over there. So be careful. They're doing this and doing that. They're gonna be the first ones laughing at you and making fun of you if anything was to ever happen.
True story.
It's a lot of fake concern going on. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't really. They're telling you to be careful, but they don't really care. They hope you get ran over by a car. Go ahead.
And the reason they don't tell you to be careful. They don't tell you to be careful when it comes to other Black men.
The reason I asked the question was because white men have a whole mongering website. They got a whole whoremongering website. Where to go, who got the cheapest prices, Thailand, Eastern Europe, where they want to go, what brothels to hit. They got a whole website on this. And we just talk about it on YouTube and everybody lose their mind.
Yeah. All right. So I want to pass the mic to I think Felipe Alum. But before we pass the mic to the gentleman in the lower left, the Mac the Trucker, you about killed me with that fat, feminine, friendly shit. But I said, it was Kevin Samuels that popularized the fit, feminine, friendly, and I was like, nah, that fit, feminine, friendly, yeah, brothers looking for thick, feminine, friendly. Thick, feminine, friendly. That's what brothers looking for. And Pablo gonna try to say that.
Oh, fluffy, friendly, and feminine.
Yeah, but that was funny. That was funny as hell. And Pablo gonna try to. And I said, what's considered was fat. Thick over there or fat over there, and we call thick over there. He said everything that I like. Look, no, I made it clear. I like them thick. Pablo, you ain't gonna do that to me like I'm fantastic. Now we got into it about that. I had to show pictures of what that's me. That's I consider thick, feminine, friendly right there. That's what it's that. We ain't gonna do that. So we ain't gonna do that to me now. Come on now, Pablo. and had to break out
Nothing
pictures.
less than linebacker size for fantastic. Go on and square up. Y'all brothers from another mother.
Bernard had to pull out a Nuruddin moment for y'all to recognize. But continue.
No, that wasn't Nuruddin moment. That was actually me. Nuruddin be pulling out all kind of other women. That's a live picture of me and my actual living, breathing woman that I'm with now. So right. So there it is. So the Mac the trucker in the building. Yeah, Pablo was trying to come for me about 6 months ago on like, nah, cut it out. We know,
I'm just teasing you,
Bernard. I know, but yeah, we know how the good brother Mr. Fantastic get down. I had to. You made me pull out pictures to make it very clear what I'm talking about when I say thick. But anyway, the Mac the trucker, shout out to you with that fat, feminine, friendly. That about killed me. But going over to, and yes, help us reach our goal. We got 12 contributors right now. 12 contributors. Appreciate everybody supporting the stream. But we about to go. Freeman's Journal in a bit. We'll get to that in a second. But I do want to go to Felipe Alum. I think you live overseas somewhere, so probably got an interesting taking perspective on this. So go ahead and pick it up on whatever part of the conversation made you wanted to hop on in it. Go ahead, you got it. Oh wait, you're muted.
Okay, I'm on. Hello?
Yeah, you on.
Okay. I live in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, and I was raised in the US for a long time. And I can tell you guys, if you come down here, nothing's gonna happen to you. Nobody's gonna kidnap you. Nobody's gonna rob you. You will find love. You will find a beautiful black woman or beautiful white Brazilian women or whatever. You just gotta worry about the hustle where people get hustled all over the world. You might find a beautiful woman that just wants you for your money, or you might find a beautiful woman that really loves you, and just the fact that you're American, that's great. You're on the top of the scale. That's all over the world. People love black American men. That's the truth. And I think most black men that live in America don't know that. They be talking about things that the world don't look at them that way. The world see Michael Jordan, Will Smith, Tupac, Obama. They don't see American black men as gangsters and thugs. That's an illusion. When black Americans come to other country, people love them, and people don't look to hustle them. But I'd be listening to these channels, these red pill channels, and the conversation, and seeing American women sometimes talk down to American black men, and it really hurts me because that's not the truth. People love black men all over the world. And I think you guys are right. I think you need to get your passport, travel around the world, see what's going on, and really feel it, and people that been around other countries, and they be talking about like how they well treated, and that's truth. That's the truth, and you can definitely find love out here in Brazil. And I think you can find love also in America, but if you're American and you're well off financially, you can definitely have a great wife out here. I think it's a real illusion that people have. I don't know why, but in America, there's a real illusion. I don't know why people treat black men in America like that. I don't know why black women in America treat black men like that. I don't understand.
I know why. I think I kind of know why.
Well, before we get all the way deep into that, hold on, wait, we got something good on the table. First off, Felipe Alum, I hope I said your name right. I do appreciate you coming on through and offering your perspective on this. We got something interesting brewing in the back here. The gentleman who was going to come up and do the one-on-one today, explaining why the women overseas are no different, just made it in. Hold on, you need to, brother, mute up. You sound like you got the YouTube. I just muted your StreamYard. It sounds like you got your YouTube feed playing right now because it was background. So if you can turn off your YouTube feed. because I'm hearing some echo. So turn off the YouTube feed, and then okay, I think you. Nope, nope. You don't got that turned off quite yet. And no, it's getting worse. I guess answer this question: do you have a YouTube? No. Okay. Okay, he said he's muted. I guess just answer this question: do you have like YouTube on? Because you should only be on StreamYard. If you got a window open with YouTube, close that. All right. Let's see if I.
Yeah, he needs
we
to
look
turn
like.
down the speakers.
Yeah,
Get
try
headsets.
turning down your speakers. So we want to get rid of that hissing too. Whatever, it got some little hissing noise in the background as well. So if you could turn down, that's probably all it is. Probably just need to turn down the speaker a little bit. And I'll deal with it to some degree, and we'll just, we can all just mute up when you give your take and your perspective, and then we'll just try to work through it from there. And then I'll mute you up when somebody else is talking, and I'll try to work the controls and make it work. But so go ahead and give us your take and your perspective on this topic. Go ahead, you got the floor, you got the mic.
Thank you. Now, can you guys hear me well? Any noise?
No, you're good right now.
Little
You're good right
beeping,
now. So go ahead.
Perfect. Thanks for having me, Bernard. And good morning for everyone who's watching. I'm Jonathan Ribeiro from Brazil. I don't know if the guy that was talking a little bit before is really Brazilian. Felipe, I didn't catch. I just entered a few minutes, so I don't know if he's Brazilian, but I think that we got some different perspectives.
Okay. All right. Well, just overall, just give your overall take and perspective on why it is that you say that the women overseas. I think your general argument is that they're not that much different from women in the West, or women in Brazil are not that much different from women in the West because of feminism and how feminism is everywhere. So you just go ahead and just give us your take and perspective on that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. In general, when we think about the third world countries, we see they're a little bit behind of the rest of the world, or especially the developed countries. And it was true in the past, but now with the internet, things is a little bit different and is more uniform in the entire world. Well, in Brazil, we was like 20 years behind Japan or developed countries in Asia, and 15 years behind Europe and America. But now we can say that for some things we are pretty much at the same page, right? And of course, feminism is a one of the things that got all women, or basically Western women, at the same page. The kind of behavior or ideas that comes behind them in their actions, or what they say, what they do towards men or not, or the way they approach life, is pretty much the same. We don't see difference. Like I agree with you, Bernard, in the email that I sent you. Uh, Feminists used to say that, well, we have to equalize the condition of men and women, uh, because when women and men will be at the same pattern, or the same earn potential, or the same level of educations and things like that, women won't be obligated anymore to marry some guy because of the money. And this is a thing that pretty much happening in Brazil, because we have some disparities of earning. Well, Brazil is a democracy and is also a capitalist country, but we don't live a full capitalism or a full potential of capitalism, because we have some difficulties to people switch or up in a social ladder, you know, and of course, these makes that some people with a high earning levels, quite the same, don't leave that place, and people that is in the bottom of the social pyramid, it's very very hard to clean up. So that's why, because we don't live exactly in a full capitalist society in America. You guys have, even in your, country statement, freedom, pursuit of happiness, and things like that, some kind of individualistic endeavors to make yourself money and make yourself a better life. Well, it's not. I'm not saying that it's impossible in Brazil, but it's kind of very hard. So because of that, many women, of course, use their hypergamy on steroids. Of course, they used to find a good mate to lean on, and trying to have a better life. And this is a feminist argument. You know, if these women's would be more educated, be more free, have their own jobs, their own money, and things like that, they would not submit to these things anymore, and they will, find a mate that is more pleasing to them. Well,
Well,
Okay.
that is the
if I
Okay,
could,
okay.
if I could,
it sounds like you're talking about feminist ideals and what they're saying, but it doesn't necessarily sound like you're talking about what's practically happening, on the ground as far as them being affected by it. But I'll pass it
Hey,
to
hold
somebody
on,
else.
Bernard. Hold on.
you want
Go
to
Ask
ahead.
say
him.
something? Oh,
I have a quick question for him. Have you been to the United States before, sir? Like, you go back and forth, or
that was my question.
no? No.
Wait, hold on. I
Okay.
muted him. Hold on. Wait. Go
Oh,
ahead.
Are you asking me, right?
yes, yes. Have you ever? Do you travel back and forth to the United States, or
United States, not.
have you ever dated a woman in the United States, like a sister girl?
Nope.
Oh, okay. All right. That's all I got. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think what you want to say when you
Well,
say
well, I don't understand your question because,
well, no, you
well,
answered it, so that's fine. But I think
No, no,
what
no.
you
Hold on. The question: have you? I just want to know if you ever dated a woman from the United States, to kind of that way you can kind of compare and contrast the feminism in.
Hold
well,
on. Wait.
guys,
Empty. Hold
I
on. One
listen
empty.
to you guys.
Wait. Hold
I
on.
listen to.
It looked
Okay.
like one MT went out for a second. I want him to finish his point. Hold on. Come on. One MT. You ready?
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. It's like you just cut out for like 3 seconds, but you back. Go ahead.
I
Damn. It
just
looked like
wanted to
you
know if
still.
he's
Okay. Go
ever
ahead.
dated any women. If he ever dated any women in the states, to compare and contrast. That's all.
Well, like I said, I don't. But here's the thing: I listen to you guys. I'm taking what you guys say and what I see and experience here. That's why I comment to Bernard. I don't need to actually date a American woman, because you guys are giving me the field perspective, and I can give you back my
well,
perspective
Okay.
being
So
here.
are you saying that the way that we describe American women, are you saying that the women over in Brazil are literally behaving exactly like how we describe women are behaving here?
Well, I'm not saying 100% exactly. What I'm saying that is a framework that pretty much works for every woman on the Western side. We will have some minus difference because of culture, because of any other details, but in general, the framework is pretty much the same. We will have just a little bit difference.
okay, can I chime in, please?
Go ahead, GC.
It's more than a little bit of difference. What you're describing is women who see it online and they get certain ideals of feminism into their head. What American women are doing began far before the internet became prevalent. We're talking about 30-year-old women who were groomed since birth to become career women and demand that their men match their salary, even though they look like crap. We're talking about women who have been eating corn syrup since before you were born. We're talking about that type of woman, sir. What you're talking about, really, in order for a Brazilian woman to even come close to being like an American woman, they would have to have a group of jobs that exist that's comfortable and high paying enough to where they can have this particular mentality and for it to take hold and be prevalent in the culture. That doesn't exist in Brazil. Women do not expire to become, I don't know, a water cooler, whatever type chick, hoping to make six figures as she gossips or talk about a news column. I know it seems that way because what you're saying, I believe you when you say that they probably are more feminist in their ideals than they were a generation ago or than they were before it's become prevalent. However, this is new to them. This is new. It's different watching somebody who's seen Sex in the City and say, I want some of that, than to actually deal with a chick who was born into that and they dedicated their entire life to becoming that until it's too damn late. So it's a completely different mindset. And that's why 1MT asked if you've ever dated an American woman, because I don't think you understand the difference. Both of us, both 1MT and I, have been to Brazil and America, and we can tell you that we can give a comparison and tell you that it's completely different.
Sir, I understand your point, but if you have been here in Brazil, you have been here as a foreign guy. You don't experience as a Brazilian born person, you know? And a fundamental difference, if we talk about specifically black women, right, is that in the United States, you guys actually have a black community. In Brazil, we don't have pretty much a black community in a sense that you guys have here. Have that, sorry. Because, you know, since the beginning, you guys tend to lean together, and there was the
Well, let
separation
me
things.
hold on, wait, real quick. Let me
Right?
jump in and ask this
In Brazil,
question
we
because I think
pretty much mix it.
hold on, I think you might be on the brink of something interesting. Are you implying that the women in Brazil treat the Brazilian men different than how they treat the American men? Because American men are showing up with American dollars, but they're looking at the Brazilian men like y'all are broke. Was that the implication there?
Not an implication, it's true. That's what happens. Well,
Okay.
let me give you an example. The brother Theo RF, I think that's his name. I saw he was in Brazil, or he is still in Brazil. He was living in São Paulo, one of the biggest, or one of the biggest city in Brazil. São Paulo, the financial capital here. You know, things that is a pretty rough. But here in Brazil, living with dollars, he was living the life of the 1% of men, because the difference between our currencies, you know, $1 is like 5 reals here. You know, $1 is worth more than 5 times here. So if you earn $6,800 a year in America, with the same amount of money here in Brazil, you like a king. It's not because.
Well,
So
yeah,
let
you
me
know
ask
that.
this. So
Yeah, because I want to jump in here.
I respect your perspective, brother. From a native Brazilian, we're talking about how it would be advantageous to American travelers, but nevertheless, I'm curious because if you take every single black adult man, which is about maybe like 10 million of us, and there's 200 million Brazilians, why would that even affect the mating market dramatically? That's less than 0.5%.
Wait, hold on. You're muted. Hold on. Start over. Go ahead. Wait. There you go. Go ahead.
No, I have no concern. It's me.
No, go ahead. You got it, Jonathan.
I have no concern of brothers came here and take the women. I don't care about this thing. I'm
But you're
not
saying
saying that
that
you
we're
guys are
affecting the
affecting
culture.
their marketing.
Well, but
I'm
I
not
don't see.
saying that you guys are affecting the
Okay.
market. I'm saying that you guys are treated different because they have a image of black male, especially black American male, as a guy that got money. Even if you are not, that rich in America, with some amount of dollars here, you can live a pretty good life. That's all. That's all. And
But
Okay,
I,
but
these
is that
what,
Okay,
hold
what,
on,
I,
wait,
what
wait,
I,
wait, time out, time out, time out.
what I, what I,
hey,
what
my
I,
phone is about to get hot.
Wait, time out, because the conversation was front loaded with feminism being the issue, but it sounds like when you're breaking it down, that's not an issue of feminism, that's just an issue of the economics difference. Like you could say that they're treating y'all better because they're hypergamous, but they're really kind of the same bitches. It's just y'all got money. Y'all are in the position that 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 50 Cent is in when he walk into the club in America. That's what y'all are when y'all come over to Brazil. Like if that's your argument, I think everybody could
no, no,
follow the
no,
logic. Hold on, wait. I think everybody could
no,
follow
no,
the
no, but
logic of that argument, but that's not a factor of feminism. It's just a matter of the economics from a first world country to a developing country, right? Go ahead.
no, Bernard, no, Bernard. It's different things. If we, I responded to a question about the difference of treatment, and this is one thing. But the feminist thing is a uniform type of behavior. Even if you guys are only seeing or another gringos you hear, this is a different conversation. But the everyday women that Brazilians deal, blacks, morenos, whites, everyone, they are dealing with the same BS that feminists women over everywhere in the Western society is kind of behaving.
give example, please.
So
Feminist,
there,
not
there
a
are
hypergamy.
different. Well, you guys are saying about 30 years of Sex and City, 30 years of propaganda to get to work. Don't you think, guys, the women here do the same?
No, when I went
The
there, well,
the,
right quick,
the
right quick,
women's here, the
When I,
Hold
women's
on,
here,
let him go, GC. Let him
okay,
explain it.
women here are exposed to the same kind of shows that you guys are being exposed, the same kind of agenda that go get your bag, go get your work, go get you educated, go
Okay,
do this, do
if
that.
I could respond.
All right, yeah,
Women are
well,
you
let me
got
go.
next, Pablo. I'm
Okay.
gonna let Pablo get next. Oh wait,
Well,
were you done, Jonathan?
next after me or next after Jonathan?
no. I was good. I kind of lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna go to Pablo. Just try to
So
hold your thought, GC. But go ahead, Pablo.
I think the difference is the Brazilian government. You have to remember the difference. The United States government puts laws and policies in place. For example, is there a law or a policy in place in Brazil that allows a woman who has a husband or has a child by a man to go to the government and require that man to pay her money for the privilege, even if she doesn't want to be with that man? Do they have that in place in Brazil?
Man, we have welfare. How can I say? Um, uh, Welfare programs we have here, but
Okay,
it's a little bit different of you guys. But we also have welfare, programs that help women with children's fatherless.
right. But they don't
It's
extract
a
that
little
money
bit
from,
different, but we have here.
okay, but they don't extract the money directly from the father of that woman's children, right? See, here they extract the money.
How?
We have what's
How?
called a
Because
child support system.
well, of course there is
So
child support and welfare is there. Please let me just finish this. Child support, of course, has, and welfare, program also has. These two things happen here like in any other country.
okay, that's the first I've heard of that. I was not aware Brazil had a child support system.
So, brother, when I was there,
Well, divorce here is spiking over the last 10 years, like in any other country, because for some women that earn a little bit equal or quite equal to her man, if he is not pleasing her in any way, he's not tolerating this guy anymore because they earn quite the same. She can collect the child support, and if she's too much broke, she got some help from government. That's pretty much the same.
all
I
right.
guess what I was asking was, um, receiving money from the government for being poor is one thing. Going to the government to extract money from a former boyfriend because you have a child with him, and then enforcing that by placing that man in prison is a
Yes,
that's
yes.
different.
In Brazil has that. Brazil
Okay,
has that. If you get a woman pregnant here, you have to pay her. You go to jail if you don't.
all
That's
right.
the only thing in Brazil they go to jail for is if you don't pay child support.
I didn't know that. New on me.
In
Yes,
Brazil, okay,
that's
I
the only
guess
thing
my
you go to jail
question.
for.
All right, so I guess
For
my
sure,
question.
for sure.
Oh damn, it's back. Okay, hold on. I got too many people. I can't figure out where to mute the echo from. All right, so I guess my question is it in Brazil, are women able are women able to essentially live easily the same quality of life without a man, without being attached to a man in any way, shape, or form? Are they able to just get up, roll up their sleeves, and figure out how to live the same exact quality of life
No,
without a man
no,
in Brazil? Are they
no,
able to do that?
not really,
Of
not
course,
really,
Oh wait, hold on. That was
not
to the
really.
brother. That was to the brother. Wait, stop. I'm hearing too many voices. I'm asking the brother. Jonathan, go ahead. The brother in the middle, go ahead.
of course, of course. We are not talking about great life, right? We're talking about that she can survive with a man or without a man, right?
Okay. How?
So
Off just the,
that's
her
happening.
job, just off her job that pays dollar and 50 cent per day?
Well, I won't be so good to convert here the exchange of money, but
Yeah, I
you
know.
know,
It's different. It's
in base
different.
of the cost of life here, a woman can live with a one child or two child alone without a father. I'm not saying that it's easily, but it happens. Single motherhood here is also a thing. There are a no, there are a lot of single mothers here in Brazil, especially in the poor areas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Single motherhood is a thing here,
Would you say the
because
women? Would you say the women more willingly, happily would rather live that way as opposed to being with a man, and they more often do?
100%. Now is a thing. It- there is even a kind of propaganda about this. You kind of promoting the strong mother, or they call single mother. I forgot the term, but they call some kind of single mother magic, things like that. They even promoting these on Father's Day. You know, they show a image of a functional family, but they also show a lot of single mothers as a model of a mother and father. You know, because single motherhood is a thing here. It's happening everywhere. And
Interesting.
because they dumped their former spouse, the former boyfriend, the former fiance, or they just got pregnant from random dude. That, that's happening everywhere.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like what you're saying, if we follow the logic all the way home, is that a lot of these women overseas, or in your case, let's just focus on Brazil. It sounds like more or less what you're saying, that the Brazilian women are ultimately treating Brazilian men no different from how American women ultimately treat American men. But American men, even if they're black, they go to Brazil, and because their money makes them like kings over there, they get a completely different experience and don't even get to see what's really going on, because they basically get treated the same way that a rich man or rich or famous man will get treated walking around in America. Is that pretty much the crux of your argument?
Yeah, it's very close to this, but let me put this specifically. Well, if some brother came from America here, I'm not saying that he will get left and right women here as he was a worldwide famous guy. In a poor years, on women tend to not tolerate men for penny that they earn. These brothers from outside, from overseas, will get a I'm you get a better treatment, and just because they think these guy got more money or they can get advantage from this brother, but
But it's not
just
just the
in
money,
4 years.
man.
Sounds like you need
It's
more
not just
game,
the
man.
money.
I put the hold on real quick. I put the link in the chat for you, Fatty, if you want to come up.
I'm,
I did put the
I,
link in the
I'm
chat
I'm
for
not
you.
I'm not complaining, guys. You guys are forgetting this thing. I'm not complaining. We're talking about this stuff that is happening here. I have
Yeah,
no business with you guys came in here and taking women. I don't even deal with black women
yeah, we
that
don't take it
much.
that way. We're
That's
not taking
wild.
this
Hold
that
on.
way.
All right,
That's
well, okay.
wild.
So, all
Hold
right,
on.
now let me pass it to the brothers on the panel. Would y'all say that what he's saying is probably true, that they
Well,
do act? Hold on. Let me lay out the question. I'm gonna go around the panel for everybody to catch this one, because I mean I understand what he's saying. I don't know if it's true, but I do understand it, and it logically makes sense. There's a bit of eternal logic in there. I don't think it's feminism that I don't think it's necessarily feminism. I just think there's overall just a difference in how they treat American men versus their own men, because American men showing up with American dollars, and that changes the game. Just like a woman is going to treat um a woman is going to treat Trey Songz differently from how she's going to treat me. Like, we understand that. So let's take it around the panel on that way. Do y'all think there's a bit of truth in that they're not really that much different? Y'all just walking in there with y'all 75K a year salary, and that makes y'all worth $500,000 in the eyes of those women, or $750,000, or however much in the eyes of those women. That's making y'all look like y'all practically walking millionaires, as far as they concerned. If that is the case, could it be true that the women are not really that much different? They're just treating y'all different because of who y'all are, because we're, high status Americans to them. Is that
I'm
what it
open
is?
to that. I'm open to that idea. Yeah.
Okay. Let's get 1MT on that one. Go ahead.
You asking me if he's correct?
Hey, let me say one thing,
Hold on, wait,
please.
wait. I want to go around the panel. You laid out your case. You laid out your case really well. I want to get everybody's response to it. 1MT, would you say that that's accurate?
Yes, however, comma. It doesn't matter what country you go to as an American, you're going to get pretty much a red carpet treatment. That comes with the reality of being from
the wealthiest country on the planet. Yeah,
you know, that goes without saying. It doesn't matter where you go, you're going to get love, especially if you're a halfway decent looking guy and you're very professional and you're friendly. You don't have an arrogant self. You don't come out with an arrogant persona. That's automatic. So that's what I would say.
All right, let's go to Ace. We haven't heard from you, so go ahead. What you got? Or what you got on that proposition that's been put out? Wait, no, that's not Ace. I'm sorry. Perfect Blackness. Go ahead. My bad. I don't know where I got Ace from. But go ahead, Perfect Blackness.
Okay. Now the proposition. Well, let me answer the question a little bit more directly. I would say no. I don't think that that's necessarily true. I will say that, and this is just in my opinion, in my experience, from what I've seen, and especially a lot of conversations that I've had from different foreign individuals. I believe that the closer in proximity that you get to Western nations, America, Canada, Great Britain, they would, I guess, tend to try to be more feminists, I guess, but still, I just don't think that that's totally true. That that no matter where you go, you're going to because feminism has so polluted the world that you're going to get pretty much feminist men and women everywhere you go. I don't see that to be true. That it hasn't been my experience, it hasn't been what I've seen. And I just see it to be true. I just don't. Now I will say there are a lot of women from foreign nations that come to the United States, and those women, they are. I've learned to be able to identify those type of women who will be no better than American women. They're if you know what to look for, they're pretty easily identifiable. But to answer the question, no. I just don't. I can't. I wouldn't put a whole blanket of all foreign women, and I know that's. I know a lot of people in the space do that. I guess in order to shame black men from finding happiness from women of other cultures, or black women from other cultures, or even white women from other cultures, for that matter. But no, my experience. I think I'm married to a South African woman, and I can tell you right now, while feminism has touched those shores, the women over there, they can't really exercise this level of feminism, not like this. I mean, to have this level of feminism, they would have to come to the United States. They would have to. And so the level of feminism here in the United States is nowhere else in the world. It is none that I've seen. It is not like this anywhere else in the world. A woman would have to come to the United States to experience this level of feminism, this level of family destruction, and all of that. Like I said, they have it. They had the feminists, I guess you could say, in South Africa, but those women are pretty much shunned, and they cannot exercise this level of feminism there. They can't. They have to completely shun their whole family and all of that. And when they get over here, you can tell that that's exactly what they've done. Just by talking to them for 5 minutes, you can tell that that's what they've done. They've pretty much undressed themselves of everything that they've been taught in order to be an Americanized woman, and it shows. So I mean, that's just just to answer the question. That's what I believe. So no, I can't put that blanket on all foreign women.
All right, game changer.
Okay, so I do agree with the brother in the middle that I have seen something similar just in talking to the women. A lot of foreign women do want to be American women. And I do feel that if given the exact set of circumstances that American women are going through, that any woman in the world would become like that. I will say this. I think that the exact set of circumstances that make American women the way they are can't be replicated on a global scale. America consumes 5 times the resources that it produces. If every place on the world did that, then it would take 5 worlds in order to bring that particular mindset of consumption to the entire world. There's always going to have to be somewhere that produces the resources that America consumes, and even if that place isn't Brazil. So I do understand that they are creating similar circumstances that makes American women unbearable, and perhaps what we're reviewing is the beginnings of something that is going to attempt to lead towards feminism. But I don't, and we're talking about in the next 30 years, which is far past the time frame when any of the brothers here would care. I don't see it taking hold. I don't see, because it requires a certain type of comfort and career available to even a basic woman that can't be replicated in most of the world, especially a country as large as Brazil. I can't see it taking hold to the extreme, but I can see the personality of the average Brazilian woman changing, and her outlook on the average Brazilian man changing as well. So I do see that. I can understand that the brother's going through there.
All right, and real quick before I make it to the gentleman on the bottom of the panel, that's where I saw Ace, and he's posed very similar to Perfect Blackness, so that's how I got confused. But Ace Fast in the building says, "I'm glad you brought this guy up. He was supposed to be the original one-on-one discussion today. Maybe we got a time zone difference mix up. I don't know what happened, but either way it go, I'm glad he came. But no, I reached out to him to have this discussion for it to be the main discussion. So I am glad he showed up, because this is no echo chamber. I do want to bring in people with different views. So I saw him in my comment section. I sought him out and exchanged some emails with him. Said, "Come on, let's do a show on this topic." So but shout out to you. He said, "I'm glad you brought this guy up. He's uncovering the good lies that brothers have been pushing. I travel, and I have been saying this. Our resources insulate us from those problems when we travel."
Okay, well, I want to respond to that. Because the good lies, what's the lie? Like, nobody ever said that if you travel and you become one of the natives, or put it like this, nobody ever said that if you traveled and threw all your money away, that they would treat you the same. Nobody ever said that, ever. So there isn't a lie there. The general consensus is, and this is what the brother in the middle can agree to, is that you would get treated better there than here. That is the general consensus. There is no lie in that.
Well, we did talk about a social contract over there, in that so the women generally treat men better because it's part of the social, embedded in that social contract is that the men be masculine, and part of being masculine is providing something. And so obviously y'all provide something coming over there with American dollars, and then so they reciprocate, which means y'all get all the femininity and sex and whatever the fuck y'all want.
Bernard, if they had that with their own men, then it wouldn't be good for us, because they would be abiding by the social contract that they have with their own men. No, it is very clear that we make it from the perception of a traveling person to these places.
Mm-hmm. So Bernard, this is kind of what I meant when I made that comment in your chat yesterday about red pill ideology and me as a quote unquote passport bro. In that I don't care, very much like Hugh Hefner, I don't care why they're here. I only care that they're here.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah, so, no, I get that.
For me, I don't care that, oh, well, they're only doing this because they think you're a rich American and you can help them or whatever. Yeah, I don't care. They're here. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't care why you give me femininity and a flat stomach and a fit body. I only care that you give it to me because I'm here. That's what I care about. Because think about this. We have plenty of wealthy, rich black men here in the United States. And guess how they get treated? Just like the rest of us.
All right. Beautiful Lies in the building. And Beautiful Lies, and I got to thank this brother again because when me and Jonathan, I don't know if we got our wires crossed. It don't even matter if he's here now. But beautiful lies, aka El Wapo, became the official one-on-one today to speak on this topics. But thanks to him once again. But he says, listening in the background, I agree with the Brazilian brother. Female nature exists worldwide, i.e. hypergamy, but as a whole, Brazilian women treat their men way better than American women as a whole. I think he's saying Brazilian women treat their men better than how American women treat American men as a whole. Shout out to El Wapo. Real quick, I'm gonna try to run through these. Well, Fatty is on the panel, so I'm gonna come back to yours when I go to you. Freeman's Journal in the building says salute Bernard Riley for the holiday stream. Actually, absolutely 100%. Ace, we already spoke to him. What he's saying is that Brazilian women are experiencing the same thing the average guys go through. Brazilian men are experiencing the same thing that the average guy goes through here. We get there with more resources, so our treatment. So the treatment we get is different there. Absolutely.
Oh, well, can I respond to that, please?
Okay. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Mike and Vince Perkins for the go. She just sent a super chat for the go. GC sent one for the go. Appreciate that. And real quick, Barry Hamilton in the building said, I really appreciate the chat and the panel. Don't let soft power divert you. It's a con. Travel and experience femininity and new experiences. Absolutely. Okay, I think I'm all caught up with the super chat. Oh wait, no. Freeman Journal building says black men with agency must understand black men still on the gynocrat plantation will always, without fail, serve black women's interests. Tony Gaskins, anyone support black male media? Okay, all right. Made it to the end of the super chats. Real quick, GC, then I do got to get to the gentleman at the bottom. So real quick, respond to that one.
Okay, thank you. So because the brother was saying that it's really the same. Do y'all have in Brazil average looking single mothers at 35 years old saying that they want and require and demand the top 1% earning men
they
there?
do. They actually do.
Okay. And so they remain single indefinitely until they do?
No, they choose a placeholder, and then when the guy that they want coming around, they take the placeholder out of the house with Maria da Penha laws, and they put the other guy there.
Do another guy actually comes if she's average looking?
Of course, men will eat everything. Men are very willing to be stepdaddies nowadays. We are
No. Here's what I mean. So you're saying that an average woman there in Brazil,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And I'm talking about average by American standards. She gets with a guy who's a placeholder, and then wealthy guys who earn $100 US a year come to her, and then she leaves her husband.
No, like El Guapo said, the delusion, the hypergamy doesn't cease when she gets the man. She's always looking for the better man. She might not get it because she doesn't qualify for him, but she still earns for him. And a lot of things that happen on... by the way, good afternoon to the guys. Salve, irmãos do Brasil, que estão no chat, okay? I'm from Portugal. I travel a lot of times to the United States, sometimes to Brazil. We have a lot of Brazilian community in Portugal. I understand, and I support the passport bros. The thing you guys are not understanding is that the guys are not doing enough homework, right? And they are giving very bad advice because some places are contaminated with feminists, like you guys are talking about. If you look at the red pill spaces, Brazil has the second largest community on the red pill spaces. Social arts, Projeto Conselho, Atitude Alpha, the Trunks do Futuro, Epifania Disruptiva. You have dozens of channels on the red pill content, and they are warning for the same thing. Brazil have very aggressive laws against men, and Brazilian women look at American guys that come with their money there like a walking leak. You guys are not better. They are not looking. They are not more attractive to you guys because you guys look better. They see you as a money.
Nobody has argued that one. Nobody has argued that one.
No, of course. I'm not trying to insult no one. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to go for it.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Thank you for being the panel. With all due respect, I don't think it's just money. I think it's 50% right is money. The guy in the middle is right. 50% is money. But let me tell you something, is the image. The American image is very strong. America, look, Brazilian women Feminism here is strong, yes, but it does not compare to the U.S. I lived in the U.S. for 10 years, and I lived in Brazil right now. I live in Rio de Janeiro. If an American guy go to Copacabana, Rio de Janeiro, she ain't gonna look at him like, oh, he's a walking lake. The dude, she's gonna look at him like, oh, he's a gringo. It's not just the money. She's not gonna be able to take his money unless he wants to give her money. It's not like that. It's not like the US, dude. The chicks here like gringos. In Rio de Janeiro, Brazilian women like gringos. It's not just the money, it's the image, it's the whole package. You know, I understand the guy in the middle. He's right. Feminism is strong in Brazil, but it does not compare to the US, guys.
Well, let me ask you this. Hold on real quick. Let me ask you this question then. If you say they like gringos or whatever they call them there, okay. So if a gringo moved there and didn't have a supply of American dollars coming in, you're saying she would just like him just on his
get married.
Gringo. He'll just get the women, they'll treat him the same just on his gringo swag.
So Bernardo,
wait, hold on. I'm hearing too many voices.
Yes.
I'm asking this brother a question. Let me ask it before you respond. Are you saying that they would treat him exactly the same just on his gringo swag? You at the bottom. I forgot your name.
They would treat him different than a Brazilian guy.
So
all right, let me say this.
It would be, it's very quick, game changer. He would be able to get woman. He wouldn't be able to keep woman. This is very important. As an American, he brings the status. He would be able to get woman. He wouldn't be able to keep woman, and that's what we're talking about. Passport bros are not going there to just have like fun times and going back. They are trying to get a woman to make a family and to do all this stuff. So if they don't have the money, they don't get a woman. That's reality.
Well, I think they're going for a number of reasons. Some of them, wait, time out.
No, if you are going for families.
Hold on, wait, time out. Some of them are going for a good time. Some of them have found wives out there. So I mean, you can't just put it in that need of a box. What the reoccurring theme that I'm seeing here is something that I don't think passport bros need to run away from this, and I was glad that Pablo didn't run away from it. Is that okay? They treat their men kind of. It still don't sound like it was. I haven't heard full examples to show that it's the same, because I mean they not walking around over there with an 80% obesity rate and all kind of shit, and you know it's shit going on different over there. But either way it go, if they're treating their men similar, but they don't treat American men that way because American men have American dollars, it's like that's something that the passport bros don't necessarily need to run away from. It's like we're going to a market where we're in the power position where we can call the shots. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter if they like. I haven't been over there, but it don't matter if they see me as a lick. I'm going to use my position and my money to get everything I want from her, and she's going to take the small amount that I give her, which will probably amount to bullshit money that I was going to have fun with on a vacation anyway. Sort of like what Game Changer said, a chick was pleased and delighted that she got to eat Wendy's when she was with him. Shit like that. So I mean, that in that way, if your American dollars puts you in position to where you're like the celebrity rich guy that walked in the club, then okay, go over there and be and masquerade as a rich celebrity and get the perks and benefits and have a good time with it. I don't necessarily see the problem with that, but can I
wait a while? Yeah, hold on, right quick.
Wait, hold on. We was trying to pass it to GC, and the only person that haven't spoke is Marty McFly. So we can go to GC then Marty McFly.
Okay.
So the reason why I brought up the average at best situation to the brother right below me is because what you described isn't really the same as what the average American man is going through, because she's actually getting with a man on her level, even if he is a placeholder. If no one better comes and fills that position, which they obviously aren't, then that becomes, a long-term standing relationship that don't really exist here in the States. Average at best is remaining single indefinitely, and the average man that she would and should be with is also remaining single as a result of that. So the treatment is more than slightly different in that regard. That's why I want to say that. And also I won't even get into the details of that, but yeah. So average men here gets treated. The treatment between average men and average American women versus average Brazilian women is a lot different.
All right, and real quick, Clarence Jr., real quick, that statement is full of shit when you say American dollars put you in position, more trick language. Okay, but I'm pretty sure you have sat here and argued referring to American men interacting with American women. You were quoted as saying, and I quote, you have to offer her a better deal, make a better offer to her than what she could provide for herself.
Yeah.
You have said that in talking about interactions with American black men to American black women. Real quick? How is that not trick language the same? So like, I mean, break that down and explain that in the chat room. You have argued that when you talk about all the out of pocket shit that black women do, your response is make them a better offer. These men have figured out a place to go somewhere where they could offer less and get more, and you criticize them for that. But you saying tap dance and monkey dance and do all of that to give a better offer for a worse deal to American black women. So don't come in here with that bullshit. Like, I sniffed that out a mile away when you start tap dancing for the gynocracy. You don't I'm gonna call that shit out, Clarence. All right, we're gonna go to Marty.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Marty W. Thank you Marty McFly. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. I do appreciate that.
Hey, what's up, Bernard? Thanks for having me. I've been sitting back and I've been listening to the guy in the middle, and the guy at the bottom right, because he just came on. And I could see where there's some truth in that, being as though he's a native. But the thing is, when you asked him a question, Game Changer, I think you also asked him a question about, have you ever traveled and or dated a woman from the States? That's almost akin to how Bane said to Batman.
Oh, no, wait. Time out. I'm so sorry to interrupt. He says, I never said we got to cut a check. Y'all just flat out tricking. I wasn't talking about cutting the check. I was talking about Game Changer spending the weekend with a chick out there and taking her to Wendy's, and she was just happy to eat at Wendy's and sleep in his hotel suite, and that was it. He was happy with that. Like, sometimes they're just happy to hang out and party and do stuff that they never been able to do because the men out there can't afford to take them to all those places and do those things. So no, it's not all, and it's not a matter of just flat out tricking. But either way over there, whether you're flat out tricking, showing a good time, or want to be with a chick for real, either way it go, you're in position to offer a better deal. Your words, not mine, where you're saying offer a better deal to American black women. They're going to a place where their offer, they have to actually offer less and get more. So you shouldn't criticize that if offering a better deal is your words on how men should operate. You shouldn't criticize them offering a deal somewhere else where the offer is better.
No, we just not offer it to who he wants us to offer it to.
Let me say this with Clarence Jr.
Real quick, because I don't want to cut Marty W off. I'm just going to ignore Clarence for a little bit. So, but go ahead, real quick. We're gonna go back to Marty McFly.
Okay, so he's dealing with the mindset, Clarence is, that the only way to not trick is to be poor. Basically, anytime you earn significantly more than your mate, your income will rub off into her. That's just unavoidable. If she only makes 30K and you make 130K and you say let's go out, you're not going to ask her to dip into her limited funds in order to continue your lifestyle. That's just not how it's going to work. So the only way is if you make less than her, that it would be considered not tricking. So yeah, and since I'm not going to make myself broke, I'm definitely not, because the person I took to Wendy's make $1.30 a day. I'm not going to limit my income to $1.30 a day and have her take me to wherever she eats. Because I don't want to. So call it what you want at that point. I'm not stupid.
Woman cost money.
All right, go ahead, Marty W. Then we're gonna, officially go to Fatty, and then probably circle it back to Jonathan in the middle. So go ahead, Marty. I mean Marty McFly. I keep calling you Marty W.
Yeah, there's another Marty W somewhere in there, but
yeah, my bad. Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, but what I was trying to say, the guy in the middle was saying earlier, he said, it's almost like he has feminism light. And so how Bane said to Batman in the Dark Knight Returns or Batman Returns, I forget which movie it was. He said, you merely adopted the darkness. I was born in it. So it's like when he's talking about stuff, it's like, that's just the way life is. And there's winners and losers. And it kind of sounds like, all the big kids are taking all the big toys from you, and it's like, in America, they would say, if you had more game, you'd be able to game that bitch to be on your program. But, I'm just joking with that. But that you have to understand, there's any country you go to, whether it's a third country or first world country or second world country, there's going to be somebody who's richer than you, taller than you, has more social currencies, more social clout. So me personally, when I'm traveling, I'm not trying to travel on a local's budget. I'm not trying to necessarily compete on a local level with the local man. I'm trying to go dominate when I go places. I'm trying to outdo whoever's doing. The math ain't mathing right now. So all I'm saying is, like, I understand what he's saying. He's like, oh, the women are not basically paying me any attention, but that's the way life is, in America and anywhere else you go. Like if I go to Europe, probably the king and queen run shit over there. They got the most money. So there's a little ceiling over there. But the trick is to find your bag, to find whatever can monetarily bring you to the next level so you can get the type of woman that you seek. It's all about what you want. Like, to be honest with you, like, are you in Brazil trying to date a woman 2 classes above you and then get upset that the guy who brings whatever she's looking for, she goes for that type of guy, but then you punch in the ceiling that you don't belong in? That's just the truth of it. I'm just really telling it like it is. Like there's certain levels I won't go. Like,
well, he did make a general argument, and now you're trying to personalize it as if he made a complaint about his personal problems. I didn't necessarily hear personal problems. He was just describing the environment out there.
No, I'm making it general. I don't know him, but what I'm saying is there's levels that, like, I'm not gonna go out in the street and say, you know what, I'm getting that supermodel just because. Like, there has to be a little bit of common sense how we move. So it's like, are we talking about women that are out of our league, and then we're trying to get those women, and she's naturally going for the guy who brings more to the table, so therefore we're mad about that? Is that the scenario? Or are we talking about? And second of all, if we're talking about average women, I don't think a guy who has his things together is going to another country to deal with the same average women that the locals could get on an average level. He's going to attempt to punch up a little bit. He's going to get the one that doesn't have a kid, not
these niggas.
No, I'm saying I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, how I'm thinking about it is, like, I'm not necessarily trying to go somewhere and I'm gonna take on a woman with 2 kids who thinks she deserves a guy who makes 100K. That's not my lane. So I'm just trying to figure out, and maybe I'm a little bit off because I don't know exactly the demographic of man that we're talking about that's doing certain things. And that was never really, like, detailed out, like, okay, this is the type of guy. Because to be honest with you, most guys are not looking off the bat for a wife when they go down to these places unless they're going to live there permanently. So a lot of times it'd be a smash and dash weekend warrior type of thing, just to keep it all the way honest. Now, if you're talking about a guy who's actually going to live there long term and he's looking for a wife, well, then those circumstances change greatly, because the society that you guys are in is mainly patriarchal. So we are already under the understanding that we do have to provide. We're not going there looking for a 50-50 split. So if you're going to have to provide in a third world country, well, it would behoove you to come to the plate with the most amount of money so you could basically trample the competition. That's what it is. We're not friends here. I'm not going to your country saying 1 for you, 2 for me, 3 for me, 4 for you. That's not the way it works. I'm coming here to take the best woman that you've got.
To that point, if I may, a lot of immigrants from other countries come to our country. Why? Because they want economic opportunities, they want jobs, they want to extract money from the American superpower economically.
Facts.
That's why they're here. They're not here because they like us. They're not here to be friends with us. They're not here for any of that. They're here to enrich themselves from America, from what the United States has to offer.
And
So,
in many cases, go back home.
exactly. So,
Exactly.
in return, what you are seeing is American men saying, okay, you're going to come to our country and extract resources and take advantage of our system. Fine. You've made our country so wealthy that the women are so disrespectful and spoiled. Now we have to go to your country and take advantage of what you have to offer us, which is more cooperative women than we would have otherwise. That's the point of the passport bros.
That's the game.
Only 20% of Americans have passports.
Hold on.
What?
That's hold on, wait, not fatty. You making a bad argument. That's an irrelevant point.
Only 1% of foreigners come to the United States.
That's the point of the passport. Hold on, you said that's the point of the passport, bros. It's irrelevant how many Americans have passports.
Yeah,
the majority of people overseas aren't coming over here taking advantage of the resources over here, but a small percentage is. So a small percentage of people over here is taking advantage of what's in abundance over there. And
yeah, we have to stop this idea of bitter Bettyism. It's like, well, it's only 20% of you guys have passed. So it's like nana boo boo type of shit. Like, listen,
no, he's not. It wasn't.
No. Hold on. It's almost like nana boo boo. Only 20% of you guys got passports. So wag the finger. No, stop all that. The 20% that do come there have the wealth where they're taking the women that you want. That's really what it is.
No, you don't have the wealth to stay there more than 2 months.
No, not listen to what I just said. I said the 20% of men that go to your country.
Yes.
Listen to what I'm saying. The 20% of men that go to your country have the wealth to take your women at will. And that's what you guys are mad about. I didn't say permanently because a lot of dudes ain't coming over here.
You are wrong. You are wrong because I live in Portugal and I use euros, and euros are stronger than the dollar. Now
that's not the point. That's not. Look,
no, you are
20% of men that go to your country. You're mad about because they're choosing up on the gringos. You just said this like 20 minutes ago.
No, you are missing the point because you don't know where I'm from. I'm from Portugal.
You said you were from Portugal.
Okay.
So I do know where you're from.
We use euros, not reais.
That's
right?
not the point.
Euros but they're not stronger than the dollar.
It's not the only dollar.
The euro is stronger than the dollar.
Wait, time out. Wait, stop. Everybody stop.
We're going in circles.
Hold on, wait, no, it's not going. Stop. Hold on, stop. Sorry, everybody stop. It's not that it's going in circles. It's going down a personal route. And when it gets too personal, you can say, oh, I'm from Portuguese, but I'm somewhere now where I got euros. So, I mean, if that's the case, you're kind of in the same situation where you're going, you can go back over there with Western dollars and stunt and get the same lifestyle and experience. So that's where, again, that's where Marty McFly, you end up going down the wrong path if you're trying to talk about his personal butthurt feelings. I'm talking about Marty McFly. I think he gave a fair analysis of what's going on, but it may not necessarily apply to you because you're from there and you got outside of there and you can go back there or anywhere in the world with Western dollars, just like the American man. If you're overseas making money, if you're making money in a European country, so you're kind of in that route. It was I think it was a fair question that Marty McFly had asked to Jonathan in the middle, where I guess he was asking to some degree how much of this is you're giving a general analysis about what's going on and just what you see happening versus your is any of this coming from your personal positioning, like of you? And I'm just asking the question. I'm not accusing or trying to straw man you. So I'm just asking the question. Is any of this coming from a place of your personal positioning where you're getting the short end of the stick dealing with your women, and you see other men coming over with more money from other countries getting the better end of the stick dealing with your women? So is any of this just coming from a personal place of, fuck y'all and y'all American dollars? Is any of it coming from there?
That's what it sounds like.
No. We're gonna ask the question. We're not gonna accuse. Go ahead.
Can I answer?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's take your question and address what some people are saying on the chat. I'm not a dusty nigga. Sorry for the language, but
I don't think you got level 3 clearance to say nigga. I don't know, but I go ahead.
okay.
Yo, leave him alone, but
I'm doing good for myself. I'm in tech business. Uh, I speak 4 different languages, and I doing good for myself.
Okay.
We're just having conversations, but do not take me granted. I have a brother, an American black brother, black friend. Sorry, he used to live here. Now he came back to US. He's living in Denver, I guess. You could ask him. You could bring him on that he can actually position you the what I'm talking about, because he married twice here in Brazil. He's American brother. He came to Brazil to study and things like that. He was passionate about the Black Brazilian culture. He lived here for a long time. He got married twice. He got his black kids with some Black Brazilian woman, and now he back to US. He can prove what I'm saying, or at least give you guys more clearance.
Wait, hold on. I
Because
want to
you
make sure I
guys are
understand what you're saying that's happening. You said he married you're saying he married 2 Brazilian women, and it just the marriage didn't work, and now he's, like, I mean, is that more or less what you're saying? It didn't work because of what? It did. You're saying it just didn't work because of some random fuckery on the part of the women?
No, I'm not sure exactly why it didn't work the first marriage, but he is still with the second. He brought her to America, so he's still living with a Brazilian black woman, right? The point that I was saying about this guy, because he's American, he's a black American who came to Brazil and actually got a wife, but he not just got a wife, he experienced to live close to what it's been like a Brazilian or black Brazilian male in Brazil. So he can give you guys that accurate perspective about some things that you guys may don't understand. Because what I was saying is there's a box that is the way you guys may have been treated here, right? And that's the box, and there's a box, another box, that the common behavior of women in Brazil with some guys, with guys in general, right? And there's an important difference. In Brazil, we don't have that social contract that black men and black women must be together, must
we don't either
get married.
Who told you that?
No, I'm just saying that we don't have this social contract here. So black male here are competing with white dudes for all the women that live in Brazil. You guys in the United States have this social contract that
No, we don't.
you guys may stick together, but at least an 80% rate, right? At
No.
least.
Well, what he's saying is not wrong, is when he's saying that there's a general social contract, but Pablo is just making the point that most of us don't abide by that shit. I'm with a black woman and I still don't strictly abide by that shit. She's just genuinely a solid chick,
Most black men in America are competing with other black men. He's saying that in Brazil you are competing with everyone because it's a mixed country. It's so mixed that you are competing with the black man near you and the white man on the other side of the road. That's what he's saying.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's fine. But all right, hold on, wait, real quick. I want to circle it back to Fatty, because you did send some super chats, so I do want to give you a chance to make the points that you came up here for, because you kind of jumped in on other people's points. But thank you for
and I came a little bit hot again. Yeah. I support.
But hold on, but real quick, hold up. You said the second big, that's what I wanted to get to. Okay, you said the second biggest red pill community in the world is from Brazil. Oh, wait, you did touch on that. You said do your homework before you travel, folks. A greeting from Portugal. So yeah, so you did speak on that. And while I'm at it, let me shout out some other super chats before we dig deeper. And this is a good conversation I've been wanting to have for a while. So I'm glad I was able to track down Jonathan, and glad Fatty showed that like you just lean into that name, Fatty. That's just weird. But anyway, shout out to you. Stand in it. James Wingate in the building says that is bullcrap. Most men are not being stepdads. I think he's referring to men overseas. I'm not sure what's going on. DT in the building says all these dudes mirroring foundational Black American swag worldwide. I traveled the world 5 years in the Air Force, 11 years as a civilian. The woman want the real thing when they see it. Shout out to you, appreciate that. Ace Fast says I rest my case, fellas. Shout out to you, appreciate that. James Wingate in the building says Gen X men was the last group to do the stepdad game. Now all single moms are struggling to find a man worldwide. You see more offering deals now. My buddy new wife has a little girl. She gave him 3 kids. Winthrop in the building with a hard, heavy-handed $50 super chat. Shout out to you, appreciate that. Gotta drop the bomb on it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Do appreciate it. I hope I didn't miss nobody else's super chats after that. Now I forgot where I was at and what I was trying to get at, what I was trying to talk about. So go ahead, Fatty. Let's talk about that a little more.
Yeah.
About this Brazilian manosphere. I don't know none of them by name, but generally, what are they talking about? And yeah, that link is in the chat for you, Ed. You can come on up, get a piece of this too. But what are they generally talking about? You know,
they're talking about exactly the same things that American manosphere is talking about. Word for motherfucking word. And you guys keep saying that is a Black woman problem, Black woman this and Black woman there. The divorce rate in Portugal in the last 10 years is 17%. In Brazil, you have gruesome laws that put men out of their houses just with one phone call. The thing I'm talking about this is that I agree with the passport bros. I understand this is a money thing. If you are 5'5", if you are 5'8", and you have $50,000 and you go to Vietnam, you are going to be the tallest guy. You are going to be the guy with the biggest dick. You are going to have the most money. You are going to be a king there. And I get it. It's fine. That's okay. But it bothers me when American men are talking about, oh, our women twerk. I don't want that. And they go to Brazil when women are dancing funk since they were 3.
That's not the dark. All right, don't straw man the argument. It's not the problem. Wait, hold on, bro. It's not a problem. Wait, stop. It's not a problem that women twerk. We like twerking women. It is a problem if somebody has a respectable establishment where there's not supposed to be twerking and bitches are twerking on the goddamn table after they were told to stop. And then the man who's trying to run a respectable business is attacked and damn near canceled by social media for taking a stand for his respectable establishment that he put $1 million in. We're talking about a problem in a culture, not just ass cheeks clapping. We like ass cheeks clapping. It was just the context. Stop. It was just the context. But go ahead, Fanny.
And I want to add context. It wasn't talking about that particular case. It lacks the lack of education about other countries and other people. Because American men clearly don't know shit about Brazilian women. They don't know what is happening with women in Japan that are taking kids away and leaving them. They don't know the problems with South Korean, where is the first country where the birth rate is under 1. Number 1, like 1 kid is under that. They don't understand the problem that Portuguese people are having with Portuguese women. They don't get it. They don't understand. And that's okay. Because we understand your culture. We import your movies, your songs. We understand your culture. But you, for some reason, are
You're
not.
Right. You're right. And I don't have to. Here, let me help you. I don't have to. You're right. I'm an American. We dominate the fucking planet.
No, you don't. No.
And I'm going to your country and take all the hoes because of it.
This is what I said.
Yeah,
now,
but
see, hold on a second. This is what I said earlier, and I spoke it very clearly. What it sounds like to me is, oh shit, we're going to have to compete on a global level. And that's scary for someone in the country who's never had to do that before. But see, in America, we do this every day. It's like water. You know what I'm saying? It's we thrive in this shit. That's why we're so big. Capitalism. Now it's gotten out of control with the women. So now we're coming to your country. We're taking stuff over. And now we're putting a roadmap out. And it's not like a me versus you thing. I'm just telling you what is.
But
I'm like the spearhead, but there's a whole battle ram behind me.
That's not reality.
If you're crying about the feminism that you currently have, like I told you before, how Bane told Batman, you merely adopted the darkness.
No, you're not. You don't understand what is happening here.
No. Your country is not some UFO place on moon somewhere. You're not going to explain something to me that
in a westernized European country.
But that's the point. That's not reality.
You're trying to make it nebulous, like, oh, we just don't understand. We built the internet that you use. We can understand shit.
Can you let me respond, please? This is not a dick measuring contest. We know that only one.
Not. Trust me, because I hadn't even done.
Let me finish. Well, let me finish. We understand that only 1 or 2% of these guys are going to those countries and are staying. They are not moving the needle. It's a problem. Like they are not coming to Brazil.
Crying about them.
Let me finish, please.
Only 1 or 2%. What you crying about?
Wait. I want to hear where he's going.
The population in Brazil is more than 100 million people. It's not a few Americans that come to Brazil and come to Portugal and going to take all the women, and the locals are going to be crying because they are not going to be able to get supermodels. They're not. The rich guys, like you said, if you are rich in Portugal, if you are rich in the United States, if you are rich in Brazil, you are going to get a better treatment, and we get it. But the point is, you are not well informed about the places where you're going, and that arrogance that you say, I'm an American, I'm going to go to Brazil, and I don't care about their culture. You are going to be a monster.
Why do you hold on? Wait, real quick. Why do you think that they're ill-informed? They have entire YouTube channels where all they do is talk and inform each other about what's going on over there and what to look out for and all of that. So why are you starting from if you're not starting from a premise that you're upset that they're going over there with their American dollars taking all the pussy, and so if you're not complaining about that, and then you say that, well, they're well informed, but that, I mean, they're not well informed, but that's kind of bullshit too, because they have
Bernard,
all they do is perform. So I'm trying to figure out the angle of criticism.
It's a sexual politics. That's what's going on.
It's not.
No, it's not.
It's not the angle. Can I
let them answer? Let them answer.
It's not about the guys traveling. It's not the guys that are average trying to be the kings on other places. I get what is going on and I get what's happening. What the problem? Give me just 1 second. The problem with what's happening right now is that American guys are being overconfident. It's like me. I read manga and anime and understand a little bit of Japanese culture, and now I go there and I think I don't have to be acclimated to the laws and to what's happening there. The only thing I'm saying is that instead of being arrogant because we are Americans and we have more money and more power, just understand that the people on those countries are looking at the Americans like they are a walking league. You might get more respect.
So it's basically don't shine too bright.
No, it's not about that.
Hold on, wait. Here's a goofy thing about you saying that, because when I had the interview with one,
guess who else says that?
That was one of the first things he said. He said he talked to a brother over there, or somebody that basically he said a guy was over there. He was all trying to iron his clothes all crisp, and I think he had some jewelry, and one MT was like, "Hey, look, you don't need all that shit over here. Take all that off. Quit trying to floss. You setting yourself up." You setting yourself up for something to happen to you. Just put on some regular clothes. You ain't got to be dripped down to the socks and shit. Just put on some regular clothes and just go out there. Yeah, like they have those conversations about how to just float under the radar and not bring too much attention on yourself. Don't set yourself up to get robbed. These are third world countries. You don't want to go over there. Like you hit the club in America. Yeah, you got to be flossing. You got to look good. You got to buy out a little section and all kind of shit and try to get extra to get extra attention from the women. Out there, you can just go out there and then just start talking, and then women hear your accent, and then they gravitate to you.
Bernard,
the point that I'm making is that those conversations are being had. So why are you coming at this? Like, I'm just trying to warn you guys about this shit that y'all clearly be warning each other on all the time. That's what I'm not understanding.
But see, Bernard, he's trying to, this is what I'm trying to get at. He's trying to tell us, oh, you don't know the culture, what's going on over here. But what I'm trying to tell him,
and you don't know ours either.
He's blinded by the culture of Passport Pookie. He thinks every dude that's coming over there is on, gold chain, shiny belt buckles and being boisterous. And that's not the case. But in his interpretation of what he thinks a Black American is, he's like, well, don't shine too bright. That's why I asked him that. So it's basically don't shine bright. But what idiot goes to a country? Hold on a second. What idiot goes to a country and does that? So that's something that sounds more like a you problem.
But I find it interesting. I find it very interesting that he wants to tell us we don't know anything about his culture, but he knows everything about ours.
That's my point.
How many times have you been to? Let's compare. How many times have you been to Brazil? And ask me how many times have I been to the United States?
I have not been to Brazil for a decade.
So that's the point.
And how many times have you been to the United States?
On the last 2 years, I've been there 10 times. So
okay,
what's your
but
point?
you don't know the United States. Wait a minute, sir. You do not know the United States. You do not know the United States the way someone whose family has been here for 400 years knows.
Of course I don't. Of course, and I admit it.
So stop hitting us with you don't understand my culture. You don't understand ours either.
No.
All right. Let's do this.
Let me know when I can jump into this.
I like to know.
Hold on, we're gonna go get. Hold on, GC in Perfect Blackness, and we're gonna try to see what Ed and Rod got to say on this. But go ahead, GC.
Okay, because I think that this is going in a sour direction and really shouldn't. American versus foreign direction, and it shouldn't really go to that direction. So brothers, both brothers to the right and the right bottom of me, I actually appreciate your perspective. I think generally what you're saying, and this is, and I think it's getting confused, but this is the underlying thing that you're saying is that we tend to over evaluate in a positive way foreign women that you grew up with, women that you deal with. Yeah. So I think that that's the crux of what you're saying. And for that, I appreciate that. I appreciate the perspective that you're giving us on them, because you're right. They have reason to only show us the better part of themselves, and y'all live with them your whole life. You smell their farts and stuff. So y'all see a different perspective of them. So greatly appreciate that. Even with what you said, they're still better. And shout out to 1MT. Basically, what he was saying is, you are, even an average person there, is more likely to get cooperation from an attractive woman than you are here in the States. I know that they are problematic, and I know that they are not as perfect as some passport bros may have made them out to be. They're still better than here collectively. And
let me say something.
And that, well, hold on, right quick. That combined with the fact that that they are presenting their best selves to us for whatever reason, is still a reason that it would be advantageous for Black men to travel. And also just to have a better perspective of that and get to know the culture, as you brothers were saying, that we don't understand.
Let me say something really quick. I've been to a lot of countries, bro. In the Air Force, personal, business, XYZ. Find me a country where the men will say, "Oh, our women here are wonderful." Every single country you go to, the men of that country is always going to have something negative to say about the women. Always. It doesn't matter what country you're going to go to. So that's why I tell men to pick your poison. There's always going to be positives and negatives of each country you go to. Find the country that you can tolerate the poison and stick with it. That's all I got.
All right, go ahead. Perfect Blackness. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay, look, Game Changer, he kind of took a little bit of my thunder on this, but because he's right. I mean, those women of those other cultures, they may have some certain problems, but they don't have the problems that Black American women have. Okay, they just completely don't. And for me, the question I would have is if Black men, I'm not saying that they are doing it, but if Black American men are going to these cultures, countries with arrogance and all of that, and if these women are no better than the women that they are fleeing, then why do you care? If anything, we're coming to take those bad women off your hands. Why do you care? Because if you guys was coming here to the United States competing with our women, I wouldn't be the least offended. I wouldn't give a damn. Go ahead. Matter of fact, go and come and get them because I don't want them. And I'm encouraging other black men to leave their ass alone anyway. So if you want to come to the United States to get these black women, go right ahead. I applaud you. So my thing is, why do you care? If the women over there are no better, why do you care? What is the point?
Jonathan, are you offended?
Am I offended?
No, I'm not. I'm not. Nobody's offended. That's the fucking point. We are not offended. But usually, when somebody, for example, if I'm going to Bernard is from Phoenix, and I'm going to go there, I have more questions. I have more questions.
Hold on, wait. Let him lay out this question. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Wait, no. I'm not saying that you were offended. I'm saying I'm asking, why do you care?
Yeah, that was a question.
Why do you care?
Because men on
black
Americans. You asked him why do he care? Let's hear what he said.
Because men on this space is scared about other men. The red pill should be a space where men change ideas, change testimony, and help them do it. If I see that you are talking about the black
that's a different conversation.
No.
Well, no, hold on.
I'm trying to explain why do I care. Because I care for my brother men that are on the other side of the Atlantic. And when they say, I apologize. When they say, okay, I'm having this problem and this problem and this problem and this problem, and I'm going to Brazil, and I see Brazilian guys from the red pill that have channels way bigger than the black manosphere talking about exactly the same problems, I'm telling, go there, just be careful. Because you are not getting, if you are worried that your black woman has a body count of 20 by 21, the Brazilian woman probably has more.
So my question to you is,
wait. Just me, add a little bit. Just add
time out real quick again.
See, this is the problem with these.
Wait, hold on. Let me mute homeboy back up again, and I'll circle back to what I just said. What I said before, Fatty. If you spend any time listening to the channels where the brothers talk about this, the thing that you're saying that they need to worry about, need to watch out for, need to look out for, because you're doing this out of just pure altruism and care for your fellow brother. I mean, they're already doing that. So then that makes it seem like you're not really coming with that type of care and concern. You're coming in an attempt to straw man and derail. Because if you do the minimal research, you will find that's why they are having those conversations.
Yeah. So,
but you know what? Why? You know why that's wrong? Because I'm not emotionally invested. It's like me buying a PlayStation. PlayStation doesn't need to do publicity.
The best con artist.
Let me finish, please. I am not on Brazil. Not on the United States. I'm in Portugal, right? I am not personally invested to any of those countries. So when I'm telling you, be careful, because I was on both of those countries. I have American friends, I have Brazilian friends, and they have exactly the same problem. Don't go there thinking that you have more game, you have more swag, etc. Because if you don't have the American bucks, you are going to have exactly the same problem.
But see,
Fatty, you got European dollars from whatever country you said you're from. So clearly, you understand if you go to Philippines,
I have the advantages.
You're not going to go to the Philippines with the same disadvantages or complaints about Filipino women as a Filipino, as an impoverished Filipino man. So clearly, like, these brothers are speaking from a perspective that you understand as a man who's essentially become a Western man with Western dollars. So that's that's why it sort of goes in a circle where it's like you're
so Bernard,
you care, but you kind of
Bernard, and that's why they should look at me like a friend, right? That's why they should look at me like a friend.
All right. I do want to pass to Ed. Go ahead, Ed. You got it.
My question, I'm just going to start off here. My question is, what countries would you recommend African American men go?
What country? If they want really submissive woman, go to fucking Africa. Go to Nigeria. Go to
not
hold on, perfect. I got you, perfect blackness.
If you are going to,
hey sir, I'm gonna give you. Is that I'm gonna give you a chance? So, are you holding to what you said? Like those countries are what you said.
Go ahead, because I know you're trying to.
No, I'm not trying to do anything.
No, go ahead. I mean what I said, and I said what I mean. Go ahead.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. What country did you say, or did you just say Africa?
No, he did. He said country. So why Nigeria? So why
Nigeria? Okay, all right.
Do you want me to explain why?
Why Nigeria?
I'm going to explain why. because on contrary of Brazil, in Africa the laws are on your favor, right? On Brazil, the laws are not on your favor.
That's a lie, but
How is that? How is that a lie? How is that a lie?
Sir, with all due respect, one of the biggest non-ADOS components to the Black manosphere is going to be either three: Jamaicans, Haitians, and Nigerians. Nigerians would be beating up the TV with what you're saying now, and we
the laws in Nigeria is not in favor of men.
Irregardless of the laws, some of the most feminist-minded women are Nigerian.
You are not listening to what
Nigerians.
You are.
No. Hold on. I'll answer it directly. The answer is no, because some of the most the laws where dudes raise kids that they believe is theirs are not there, which turns out they're not there.
They are not in Brazil too.
Hold on, the number is like fucking astronomical in Nigeria. It's like fucking 40-something%. And the laws, hold on, there's no laws there to really counteract that. So Nigerians will tell you that that's not the case. I'm not saying that Nigeria is, when you look at third world as far as laws versus, and then not only that, the laws are only one component. Culture is another component. Yeah. And some of the biggest flaming like shit sometimes Nigerian women put African American women to shame for fucking Harriet and Grapevine. Some of the worst motherfuckers, if you actually take culture into account. That's in. Show me a Brazilian woman in the United States that are equal to the Grapevine of a fucking Harriet. Like, cause I can actually name names as far as ethnic group.
Bro, like you guys are influenced by Meg Thee Stallions and Cardi B's. Brazilian are influenced by Anita. Do you know Anita?
All right, so okay.
Do you know Do you know anything about Brazil?
Time out. I haven't even gotten into Brazil. My point here's my point, dude. Because you're making this about you. You're projecting. Hold on. Let's be very. And I am proud to say this as an African American. Don't nobody. And nowhere in this, that's not true. The Canadian white boys are probably only ones that can really speak to us about red pill from probably a place of equivalence or authority. The white boys in Canada, not even in America. Other than that, there is no demographic. Maybe Israelis. I'll give them that because they're kind of underground on the low. But other than that, because their women are something else. And a lot of y'all don't even know it. But other than that, hold on. But other than that, so when people are telling us red pill, you're talking to somebody who's been around here for like 10 years. Like, and then as far as Brazil, we have people down there that are from there. Shout out to Obi-Wan. And people that have lived there for 30 years. Like the Brazil shit, you got people that's been living, like even there's groups that's been down. I'm talking about expat down there for like 10 years, speak fluent Portuguese. Shout out to Knights Templar too, which is saying kind of stuff that's in the middle of kind of what you're saying. He just did a great stream. Y'all should check it out. The Knights Templar, and it'll pop up. Well, he did a 3-hour live stream and he speaks fluent Portuguese and he goes into some of the stuff you're saying. But again, dude, my issue with what you're saying is not exactly what you're talking about. It's this, what you're saying is based on the idea that we're gang goofy. And understand, we are the least gang goofy motherfuckers out of all y'all, because we've had to deal with shit. Y'all think because we in the fucking first world, we've had to deal with shit, y'all. And I'm gonna tell you why we have to deal with shit that y'all can't even comprehend.
Yeah.
Our shit is backed by an outside force. That's the difference. Our black women can do what they do only because white men
validated it. The government. Let's not.
He calls it the government. No, and I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Because white women and Hispanic women are not operating on the same way, even in the fucking United States of America. Like Hispanic women in the United fucking States I'm talking about 5 generations in. Fuck the ones that just came over here. They will tell you that Latin men will basically, like the 300, they will hold the line in a way African American men will not, because of how African American men has been socialized for hundreds of years. So when people like to say, use the term feminism, we always have to have an itemization of what the complaints are, because even in the United States, you have first phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. We're in phase fucking 4. We're not even in phase 3 anymore. We don't give a fuck about phase 1 and phase 2 here. But what y'all talk about is feminism is really phase 1 and phase 2. Now, if you talk about being finesse, yes, that happens, but that happens everywhere, and we tell people about being finesse.
How is feminism phase 1 there when Europe has the strongest like feminist groups out there, but the divorce rate in Portugal, Spain, France is higher than it is on the United States?
Well, that's to the extent. That's to the extent that people are actually going down there looking for a wife is to be concerned. But the truth be told, a lot of black men that go down there are not looking. Like, for example, let's talk the actual Afro Brazilians, which, if you take into account the one drop rule, is completely different from a perspective of an African American. But when you look at actual Afro Brazilians that are really categorized as black down there, that like in Salvador Bahia and stuff like that, that's going to be a different situation as you dealing with more of a whiter Brazilian. That's just one example. The other part too is Brazil is one country, and the reason why Brazil is so attractive to African American men is really because it's the amount of black people there actually. But there's never going to be enough African American men that travel that is going to pollute any one place, because number one, black people are going to go to different places. You got black people to go to Asia. On the low, you got black people to go to Eastern Europe and Europe. Like, this just doesn't get talked about as much. So we know what we're dealing with here. We compare it, as Pablo, Marty, and Perfect Blackness has said. We have a 80% divorce rate here, and 80% of the time it's activated by women, and it's no fault divorce. Let's say a woman. Let's say a woman does divorce. So let's go with your argument real quick.
It's the same year.
Let's say a woman.
The child support year is 25 years. No, you don't get it. You just don't get it. In Brazil, the child support, if the kid goes to college, is 25 years.
So
Do you get it?
Hold on. Can you so you're saying, so let me give you an example. So you're saying that if you go to the United, let's say you have a kid and they try to put you on child support in Brazil.
Yes.
So basically you saying they can enforce that if you leave the country.
In Portugal and Brazil, the child support is 25 years.
I asked a specific question. You're saying if you leave Brazil and go back to America, they can enforce it.
Bernard, could I share a screen for a second to show that it's not the same?
Exactly. And you can go. It's not running. And that's another thing. You keep talking this running bullshit.
Of course it's running.
It's not running. It's not running. It's not
going
running.
back to the United States and not paying child support in Brazil is not running?
It's not running.
So
okay,
what?
Okay, let's do this.
No.
Let's do this.
Share my screen, please. And I just want to show.
So basically, you're for Brazilian women finessing.
No, I'm for black men. I'm for black men.
No, you're not. You
taking
say that shit.
No, taking care of their kids.
Okay, can I say something now? After Pablo's thing?
Yeah, we know this game. Go ahead.
So, to the two Brazilian gentlemen on the panel, just to give you an example of how you.
Hey, sorry, Pablo. Bernard is talking, and like the gynocracy, the government has cut his mic.
Yeah, you're on the big screen.
I was muted. I apologize. I thought y'all weren't listening to me. I was going off for no damn reason.
At least you weren't making the faces. You actually were keeping it real.
I was going off bad. Yeah, I'm glad y'all didn't hear that. I said some nasty things. But okay.
You held a good face because I just saw that you took over the screen.
All right. So let's get. Yeah. All right. Should have never gave you niggas internet. All right. Here we go. So yeah, I was basically trying to interrupt the conversation between Ed and Fatty because y'all was going down a rabbit hole. I think we did a good job of.
Oh no, I'm about to do a stream.
I think holy shit. Come on, man. Let me go. I think we did a good job of clearing up something that even though there may be some differences, the way that Brazilian women and maybe some women in some other third world countries treat their actual men that are actually there, they're maybe not treating them exactly all that good. I personally don't think it compares to how American women are operating, but if they say the shit is just as bad, then okay, that's how they treat their own men. But when American men pull up with American dollars, it's the same difference, or the same, or I should say the same thing as in America if a rich or famous man walks into the club. Obviously, the women are going to treat Trey Songz at the club differently than how they're going to treat me. Obviously, they're going to treat 50 Cent differently than how they treat me. We understand that. And so for the passport bro, when he go over to Brazil or the DR or the Philippines, he gets to be 50 Cent. So talking about all the ins and outs of the laws over there and the divorce rate over there and the child support laws over there and all of that, it kind of don't necessarily matter as much. It does matter in one context. If a guy is trying to permanently live over there, then with a woman, then yeah, he do need to, get up on those laws and everything. But overall, by and large, for a passport bro, emphasis on a passport, meaning he's not living over there. He lives in the US. He's probably spending maybe a month, 2 months tops out of the year over there. I don't think all of that matters as much. I don't. But all right. So go ahead, Pablo. What you got on the screen right here for us? Pablo. Oh, wait, hold on. You muted.
Unmute.
Yeah.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
And
so
hold on, and real quick, to the question of American men being game goofy, and I think New said something like, well, Ed said we're not game goofy, and New said, yes, y'all are game goofy, and even Jackie agreed, yeah, they're game goofy. That's why America's in the situation that it is. When we're talking about men in this space,
Bernard, I gotta speed it up. I gotta speed it up. So what you're looking
we're
at,
not talking about game. It ain't game goofy men in this space having these discussions. We've graduated from the game goofiness.
Well,
but on the whole, the men on the ground in America who ain't having these conversations are game goofy. Go ahead,
and
Pablo.
they're not traveling.
Go ahead, Pablo.
So what you're looking at is a obesity rate by sex. To the far right are women. In the gray, at 57% obesity, are Black women in the United States. Now, for comparison, now I can't measure how someone is treated. I don't have a measure for that, but I can measure what men are presented with, right? So now, let me show you a world obesity map. All right, I'm gonna blow it up and let you see. Brazil.
Hey, Shakanulu, hop on the panel and make a point, man. Hop on the panel and make a point.
So,
that keep lying to yourself, dropping those little statements like.
So Brazil is down.
Holy fuck! Either Shakanulu, either type out a clear point or hop on the panel, one or the other. All right.
So Brazil is down at 20 to 39% versus 67%. Even just physical attraction alone, which is very important for men, visuals. We are almost triple in obesity, meaning most of our women may weigh more than the men of the same height. I'm sorry, you don't have that in Brazil. You don't have that level of entitlement with the women. The women still care about how they look. They care about their appearance. They don't care about any of that here in the United States. They will give you what they want to give you, and they don't care how they look. I'm sorry, but that is not a cultural ethos of Brazil. People are very concerned about their bodies there.
Why not go to the yellow countries, the light yellow countries in Africa, like Nigeria?
So my question: why are you?
Why not go there?
Why are you promoting Africa? No, like seriously.
That's kind of a fair question, right?
No, it's not, because hold on. First of all, Africans weren't slaves. So hold on, black. Yes, they were. Black people in the Western Hemisphere were slaves. So there's a certain connection. So why not promote the Caribbean? Why are you like? What ethnically are you? I'm interested.
I want to know.
Stop. Everybody chill.
Ed, chill. He said, "Why not go to Africa?" Now it is a
But
fair
that's the
question.
second time.
I know. So he keeps harkening back to Africa, Africa.
I
So
want to
it's
know the
almost,
motivation behind it.
I do.
Okay, let me
want to know
ask
the motivation with that. But here's the fact of the matter is, a lot of people do. Like Game Changers
Exactly.
do a lot of traveling. Game
They're
Changers
more in
favorite
shape,
women.
right?
Game Changers favorite women is Ethiopian women. And so I mean, yeah,
You're talking about shape, and I said, why not go to those countries that they have women?
Yes,
Okay,
my
okay,
question
they do.
is-
Okay, they do. Now, okay, they do. Now what? And why aren't you talking about?
So, well,
and why you're not making
here's the
a big
thing. Here's the
fuss
thing. I'll
about-
say why I haven't been to Africa. Because it's farther, and I think that there's some type of travel premium that most places like South Africa has, for whatever reason. But for whatever reason, like if I wanted to go to Asia, it costs hundreds. If I wanted to go to South Africa, it costs thousands. So that's part of the reason, but primarily because
it's a country, it's not a continent.
Again,
I said, excuse me. I said South Africa, brother, which is a country.
Yeah, but they are more than 50 countries in Africa.
I know. Excuse me. The one in Africa that I chose to explore, the cost was in South Africa. Don't do that. Don't make unnecessary. Don't make unnecessary rivalries.
So I'm not trying to be facetious.
No. But you are attempting to.
No, I'm not, because the map.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, Fatty. Hold on, real quick, Fatty. Go ahead, Game Changer. Make your point.
Finish talking. What I'm thinking, don't attempt to overcorrect and don't attempt to edify unnecessarily. I do understand that Africa is a continent and not a country. That's why I said South Africa. But even if I did say it, a continent can be traveled to the same as a country. Like you might as well have said South Africa is not a city. I understand that. That being said, I want
Fatty.
Okay,
you muted. Okay. We're trying to talk.
Yeah. Now,
no. That didn't mean unmute. That didn't mean unmute. That means I'm just letting you know, like, stop making the habit to try to interrupt whenever somebody's talking.
Yeah, like that's that entitlement bullshit.
No, I was apologizing, Bernard. I was apologizing. Cool. I was saying that was facetious. I apologize for being facetious. I was saying.
No worries. But as far as your question, asked and answered, primarily because it's farther, and secondarily because it costs more for whatever reason. Edward, please. That being said, I think the reason why Fatty and the other brothers getting a lot of pushback is because I don't really know if y'all know this, but the arguments that you're given is the same that our opposition gives, and that is women are the same worldwide. That is an argument that we get from Black American women, and that is an attempt to get us to not travel. Basically, women everywhere are shitty, fat, and obnoxious. Therefore, you should just deal with our shitty, fat, obnoxious asses. Now, I will say that is not, though it may be true from your perspective, and I get that, there are far less shitty, fat, and obnoxious. Edward, please.
No, this ain't for you. Something in the chat. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, but when you do it unmuted, it interrupts the flow of the conversation.
Yeah.
So that being the case, your argument comes off as their arguments, and I notice that's your intentions. Your intentions is to say, okay, they're not the women that we present them to be, and I get that. But you're getting pushback because your arguments mirror theirs. I will say this, even with this new information that you two brothers have given us, and from what I've seen in my travels, and I have seen extremely attractive Brazilian women with average Brazilian guys in Brazil. I have seen that, and they work with them selling water during Mardi Gras or Carnival or something like that. I have seen that. That is something you don't see here, but that's not really relevant. The thing is that, is it a better deal for American men? No matter what, the answer to that will always be yes. And that's something that we all can agree on, in spite of the things that we argue about.
Okay, so
one thing I want to hear Fatty response to that. Go ahead, Fatty.
I was being facetious because when you look at that map, South Africa was in orange like Brazil. I was talking about the yellow countries because you guys were talking about Nigeria before, and I told that. That's why I was being facetious. Is because if is the point of view is about obesity, Africa is the most healthier woman on this side of the sphere, and that's reality. When I'm talking about Brazil, I think most people are not honest. They like women with big butts. They see Brazilian woman, they look at the attractiveness, and they say, let me go to Brazil because those women fit on the level that I usually like, and it's more to my liking. It's not because of the laws. It's not because of the
Nobody
the
said
the
laws,
dollar.
but
No, it's not. It's not because the dollar is longer there because the dollar is long in Africa too. It's because they like them more. And what I'm saying again, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to say for you guys what's happened, Bernard. Please interrupt me.
I'm asking you I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong with that. They
There's
go to
not-
Brazil because they
there's
like the way Brazilian women look.
There's nothing wrong with that, but people are talking like they are saying, "Oh, I want to go there." But it's not. I'm not going to trick. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to use game. No, just be honest. Your money there,
and this is why.
Wait, hold on. Time out. You said, hold on. Say that last part again about game. What did you say?
Oh my fucking God.
Again, people
relax, man. Damn.
People in this conversation, for example, Bernard, you think that most people that are doing that have game. If they had game, they wouldn't leave their own countries. That's fucking reality.
Okay, wait, time out. Okay, so hold on. Your argument is that they're doing that. They're going to Brazil because they don't have game.
No, is a component of that. They don't have.
No. Yes, hold on. Wait, time out. We can concede that simple point.
Yeah, but
they don't have game.
Yeah,
what's the problem,
Bernard? It's not that
you acting like that's being born with a Quasimodo hump on their back.
No,
okay,
Bernard,
they don't. Oh, wait, time out. They don't have game. They don't have swag, but they have American dollars. They're going to an environment where an American dollars are worth more currency on the dating market than game and swag. So it's nothing wrong with them going somewhere where they can win.
Like,
where's the problem?
But
wait, that's a question. Where's the problem?
I agree with that because we had men in this panel before that were
then
saying,
what's the problem? Why aren't you just basically saying, all right, high five, do your thing, brothers? I'm trying to figure that out.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Bernard. The problem with this conversation is that, like I said, if you lived in Phoenix and I was going to Phoenix for the first time, I would be humble enough to have more questions than I have affirmations. And for some reason, people that never been to some places have more sentences than I have sentences. Like, easier. A Brazilian guy, easier that he lives there. I think if we are going to have a conversation about this and we are not defensive and you are not emotionally invested in this conversation, I think the people on this panel should have more sentences that end in a question mark for him than sentences that end in an exclamation point. And this is the problem.
Now we just circled round robin back to what I've been telling you about.
Let me jump in here real quick.
If you go and watch these channels, you hear them having the more detailed questions. I mean, the detailed conversations with specific questions about how to operate and how to move out there. I already mentioned when I had one MT on, the first thing he talked about is telling brothers that no, don't be over there all flashy, wearing jewelry and doing stuff to do something to get yourself robbed and all kind of stuff like that. It's all kind of intelligent conversations about how to properly move out there, where to go, how to go, and what and the minimum amount of the other language you might want to learn to help you experience and this or that or blah blah blah. Like they are educating each other through and through. So then once that is understood, then what is your problem?
I don't come in for it and be antagonistic. My problem is that you guys are making assertions based on a culture that you didn't know, that you don't know.
How could you say they don't know the culture if they're traveling to these countries regularly?
No, because I was asking before. I was asking to the guy that was screaming, who is Nanita? Do you know what Maria de Peñaló is? Do you know they know Copacabana? They know the Carnival. They know all that shit, but they don't know the culture. They don't know global. They don't know anything. That's the reality. They don't know anything. And when the
person that you were talking to is currently in Medellin right now, and since I've been doing my show the last 2 years, I've talked to him at least 4 or 5 times when he's been in Medellin. So he's always over there. He's always over there. So you're saying that these men who spend, months at a time in these places don't know these places. I mean, they do. That's kind of what they do. It's like you're just basically, like, shout out to with Project 8020, you said you're basically just calling them dumb on a whim. Just saying, hey, I think y'all dumb and y'all are uninformed about the stuff that y'all are regularly doing. You're criticizing them about the stuff that they're regularly doing.
I think they are ignorant. I think they are not dumb. I think they are ignorant.
How are they? Hold on, wait, brother. How are they ignorant if they're actively currently doing it? I can see if they were just somebody yelling and cheering from the cheap seats that didn't even have a passport. But we're talking about people with passports who are out of the country 3 to 4 times out of the year. You know, how by what standard are you saying they're dumb or not dumb? By what standard are you saying that they're ignorant?
Because if I go to Egypt for the weekend and I get the best experience of my life there, and I come back, I am having insular experience about the place where I'm going to go there. I have the knowledge to say to you, hey bro, if you're going to go there on a weekend, stay there and there and there and there and there, and that's okay. And you do that. But if you're going to stay more, I'm not capable enough to tell you what you want because I wasn't there for long enough to tell you what it is.
Okay, this mischaracterization shit is like,
Oh,
that's why I'm jumping in. I'm not even talking,
yo,
I'm talking about the whole conversation.
Bro, every time I go to the United States.
Can you please stop? Okay.
All right, go ahead. Ed got it.
Okay, first of all, in the chat, West Africans were involved in the slave trade. Please shut the fuck up.
What did that got to do with anything?
Hold on. It was somebody. Hold on. It was somebody in the chat. I don't give a fuck about Portugal, so stop bringing that in.
They invented the trade slave. I might know something about that.
All right, Ed. What do a slave trade got to do with this conversation?
My point, because I'm
all right. I'm muted, Fatty. Go ahead, Ed.
All right, because number one, this is one of these conversations where, and this is maybe I need to bow myself out. There's too many motherfuckers on the panel. Because even with Pablo, when it comes to like the weight part, that is important. Absolutely. But then what happens, this is like when a chick is on here and everybody gives their little thing in and they get to argue with every little thing. And it's not like somebody like either Pablo, Game Changer, me, even Marty, whoever, they can kind of two people, they can kind of focus and pick that shit apart like what Game Changer was doing. It gets lost in translation because we completely got away from the argument of why Africa. Well, he was being facetious, which means he was arguing in bad faith. The point is, and Jesse was, and that shit pisses me off because in Red Pill, and that's number one in Red Pill, do not argue in bad faith. Your shit needs to stand on what the fuck it needs to stand. That's that kind of woman shit where we play games and not play games at the same fucking time. We deal with that shit enough with them. We don't need to export that everywhere else. That's number one. Number two, as far as Jesse. Shout out to Jesse. Jesse just got back from Ghana. Shout out to Ghana Dan. Like, I know multiple people in Ghana. Everybody's not in the bigger groups. We have people in micro groups. And you would know that if you went one off the service level. What you're essentially doing is you're talking about what YouTube is, because and YouTube drives on traffic views and what brings people to the yard. The same reason why you were talking about why do black men in the black manosphere talk about black women so much. Partly because that's a very big part of the issue we have from a socio standpoint in the United States, as our women are basically operating against it. That's on some pro-black shit that intersects with a lot of areas of activity. It's also one thing that's what actually drives the views. And we circle those views back to other stuff, like when people want to talk about insurance, shout out to Alonzo, technology, shout out to Keep It Techie. We refer to other people that talk to other things as far as quality of life and how to get you up there. The passport situation is one part of that. So another thing too is black men are traveling everywhere. Brazil and Colombia is a topic of conversation recently, DR before that. But the truth is there's a whole bunch of channels of dudes traveling everywhere. The African shit has an entire network of channels completely separated from anything that we talk about, because that intersects with the Pan-African and stuff. Shout out to Black Search for Uhuru, 105,000 channel. Shout out to O'Shea with King Gonda, like a 50,000. They're much bigger than some of the quote-unquote passport bro channels. Then you got women such as Art Kathy and stuff like that, because there's different components on that. As far as Africa, Accra, Lagos, Nigeria, any country for the most part you want. O'Shea has opened up Uganda. So just because that's not something you kind of hear, and that kind of gives me an indication of who you looking at, the fact you focusing on the Brazil thing so much, that's not an accurate representation of what we talk about. The final thing that I'm going to say too is we have a lot of dudes that are expats. They've been expats. So we're not just talking from a perspective of just motherfuckers that has been there through the weekend. We know the difference between dudes that are doing the sex tourism thing, the dudes that are going just to do the vacay thing, dudes that actually have been there for like 30 days, and people that live there. Like I said, Thinking Man Simplar, who is like a 1.0, 2.0 guy, and he'll compliment some of the things you're talking about, and he speaks fluent Portuguese. You can tell just by the motherfuckers that speak the language or not, too, is another thing. He'll come, but the thing is, you're coming at it, dude. We've been, some of us been in this space way too fucking long. We understand the cues. You may not understand what you're doing. We understand what you're doing. We're trying to help you. I'm not talking about the dude on the upper right. I'm talking about you, fatty. You know, we understand what you're trying to insinuate, because even you bringing up Africa, there's a reason why you chose Africa to be facetious, because you're trying to make accusations without making accusations. You can shake your head, dude. We have been dissecting our own women bullshit, and let me be clear here: Black women's bullshit in America is. Black people are expert at conning and gaming each other. We are one of the best when we actually are focused on
Brazilian are better than American women in trying to.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Maybe in their home turf, maybe, but they bring their ass up here like they're not on neutral ground. If you put a Brazilian in Africa and an African American in Africa, it ain't gonna be the same thing. Everybody is Black men have no friends. African American men have no friends. We always have to look. So when we let our guard down, maybe. But another thing when it comes to this euphoria thing too, basically what you're accusing us doing is like basically outright lying to Black men. So let me tell all the Black men something straight up: don't travel. If you believe that we're lying about anything, I'm not talking just with you, Fatty. I'm talking about the naysayers. If you believe, like Shaka in them, that we're lying, stay your ass here. We don't get a commission for your Black ass getting a fucking passport. We don't. So and this ain't nothing to do with Fatty. This is kind of low key what's irking us, because we know how these niggas are here, and they're gonna use the shit that you're saying, and that's not your fault. I'll admit that. Y'all need to stay your Black ass here. If you think we lying, please stay. Like serious, because we don't need you taking that bullshit overseas.
That's my thing, man.
All right. Here we go.
That's my observation.
Rod, I was going to you next, brother. Go ahead. Thank you for your patience. Whoa, Ed, stop. Rod, thank you for your patience. Go ahead. You got the mic. Rod.
Salute, BR. Salute the panel. Yeah, man, that was my opposite. Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? You got it.
Salute. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that was my observation, man. I think the passport bros, of course, I mean, this disclaimer, I fully support SYSBM. I fully support passport bros. I fully support Black men saying F that. I'm going to go where I'm respected and I'm treated like a man. Just got to put that out there. But there is a lot of, I think, oversensitivity from some of the brothers who speak for the passport bros. You know, like I asked a question about HIV. Yes, I'm 41. The last time I heard about it was in the 90s, and they were like, "Oh, you got a high HIV rate." Yo, what are you doing? What are you doing? It ain't like that. Read a book. It's like, bro, y'all be getting triggered. All I believe, first of all, shout out to the brother Jonathan, man. Just because he had this alternate side of the argument, from the moment the brother came up on the screen, he was getting attacked. And it's like, and once the brother was able to explain himself, he's actually a successful brother doing his thing. He's not here bitching and moaning about the fact that Black men traveling to Brazil has made an unfair competition with them. What I always took from what the brother was saying is he's just giving us the information that, just so you're aware, there is a byproduct to this, and that byproduct is our women are getting hella more towards feminism. Shout out Wapo, and they're using the fact that you all come here and do this to prop that up. Now, passport bros have every right to say, who gives a fuck? That's your problem. But I do think it's important, and that's all he's saying. He's just putting it out there, just so you know, this is a byproduct of it. For me, if I were to travel one day, I probably would take that into account for Brazil. That's another thing about this oversensitivity. He's not talking about traveling to every country that all the passport bros travel to. He's talking about specifically his country and how. And Fatty, I have to give it to Fatty. Fatty's pointing out that specifically in Brazil, they have a huge red pill movement as well. So it's just, I think a lot of times when brothers, have these discussions like what Ed was talking about, it's like, oh, but I know you don't mean it like this, but we're used to these types of talking points, so we have to respond in this way. But at the end of the day, man, y'all can end up like, the portrayal, the optics aren't always that good.
I don't care about. I really.
Okay.
But hold on.
Let me respond. Let me respond
here's
before
the
it.
deal, Rod. And the one this was covered early on, and the point was conceded by Pablo. Men in Brazil, they deal with a different woman than what traveling American men deal with, and that was the point that Jonathan made, that everybody conceded. Now, it is true that Marty W did accuse him of being butthurt about it, and I called Marty McFly. I called him out because I thought that was, that was probably unfair, because he didn't make a personal point; he made a general point. But the general point was conceded that those women, they have their own ideology, views, isms, and schisms, and they probably view the average, broke man in a third world country a certain way and probably treat him a certain way. But when an American man pulls up with American dollars, they're going to treat him a different way. And it was basically conceded that, hey, we don't care. We're going over there where we're in the power position, to where we're like, practically a rich celebrity over there. And we're going to get, if we go over there and we get Hugh Hefner treatment, God damn it, we like Hugh Hefner treatment, and we're going over there. We don't give a shit how she treat her man. Now that does refute their culture differently over there, or they got a different social contract to some degree. It does refute that to some degree, but at the same time, their actual experience that they're experiencing over there is not wrong. So it does come off as weird when somebody who's from over there is saying that, it's almost like, is he trying to say that their experience isn't their experience, or he's just talking about the experience of the average Brazilian guy, which the average, or not average, but high enough earning American guy who could travel 3-4 times a year, kind of don't give that much of a shit about. So that to me, that was the whole, back and forth in this discussion.
Go
ahead, Rod.
Hold on, Rod. Just so y'all are aware, I understood him as saying, just so y'all are aware, like, what you're doing is creating a situation for these men over here, like the situation you're trying to flee. Now, you could argue he's trying to make a moralistic plea or argument, and that's bullshit. But I always found that point he was making fascinating, because for me, I'm not subsidizing no straggery anywhere. If what I'm doing gonna subsidize some strags, act like strags toward that men, I'm out. But that's my personal choice.
So
Rod, I kind of do.
So I got a question for Rod. So Europeans have been going back and forth in Brazil for decades. We're talking about 60, 70, even earlier than that. White Americans have been going back there. Black African American men are the last dudes outside the military, are the last dudes to really travel anywhere like that. Why is this a problem now, when this is not a problem from any other demographic? I'm not saying it's not true, but the world spins either way. So it's only a problem, and that's another thing I want to say too. You would never see this type of conversation in the white manosphere. You would never see these same dudes. I challenge. Hold on. I challenge.
SYSBM or passport, bro.
You said whoa. You said what?
I think
yes, they do.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Wait. Stop. Ed, hold on. Ed asked the question. Rod, what's your answer? Why is it a problem? That's what he's asking. Rod, he's asking you, why is it a problem? Go ahead.
My bad. My mic went on mute. It's not like if you were talking about Fatty, absolutely. Why is it a problem? Fatty, sorry, you're very transparent. When the one alternative you mentioned is Africa, it's like, come on, bro. It's obvious. I'm sorry.
It was just an example, bro. You guys are taking everything.
Rod, I want to hear Rod make his point.
I get it.
Go ahead, Rod.
I get it, but right. So that would be valid towards Fatty. It's completely invalid towards Jonathan, because it's not that Jonathan is saying black men stop traveling. He's just letting them know. He's just letting us know that in his one particular country, right, which happens to be a highly recommended country in terms of passport bros, he's just giving us that byproduct.
So,
all right, now, game changer, you was about to jump in for a second.
That
on something.
didn't answer
got
my
lost.
question, but whatever.
We game changer, go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing
and
is,
then we're gonna go to Jonathan next. I don't know what Jonathan got to say. I haven't said it in a minute, so go ahead. But go ahead, game changer, and Jonathan.
No worries. Okay, so Fatty was saying something interesting about people were saying that it's a matter of game, or the women were into you for your game, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Who were you saying that? Who were you making that counter argument to, Jonathan? Or not Jonathan, but Fatty?
I was saying that people, men, right, red pill is the reality, right? Just be honest. Say, I have more money there. If I have more money, if I go there, I'm going to be treated better. I like the woman, and I don't have the enough game to get submission from the woman that I want here, so I'm going to go there.
Again,
perfect.
Okay, whoa. One, they've already said all of that. Hold on, real quick.
Perfect.
Hold on, wait, stop. They've already said all of that, and it's bullshit if you think that just game is getting submission. Submissive women.
The guy with the Colombian T-shirt that was here. We are the spear, and we're conquered, and we don't care.
Oh my God! Stop letting him gaslight shit. But
I have no clue what the fuck are you doing. Hold on, wait.
Can I say something?
Like
I'm gonna
he's
throw it. Hold on, wait. Stop. I'm gonna throw it back to game changer. But Fatty, you just said some bullshit. You basically just said, why not? Why? Well, hold on. You just said, why not? They just say that the red pill is everywhere. Women are women. Female nature is everywhere. We're in a position where we're in the power position, the power position of that whole spectrum of female nature and how they act for certain men in certain situations. They're going somewhere where they're in the position to get the best treatment. They've already conceded. They've conceded that point. So you're saying, why not just concede that point that y'all have conceded from the start?
I didn't say that. Because
but we're gonna no. That's what happened. That's what happened.
But not, it was bad information. They were telling me the dollar is more than a euro, and no.
Wait, hold on. Wait, the dollar versus euro part was irrelevant, and you know that was irrelevant. They traveled because the dollar is more than the peso or the fucking Kenyan shilling or whatever
the dollar has flipped the euro.
Stop. Whoa, stop. You're falling for the gaslighting. It don't matter. Whether the dollar is a little bit more or a little bit less than the euro. That's fucking irrelevant. They travel because their money stretches further in the DR. When it comes to the dating market, their money acquired, their money and status as American men with American dollars gets them more in the DR than what it does in the US. And that's just flat out what it is. And that's why they're traveling. And they never denied that simple point. So go ahead, game changer.
I have a question.
So if I may, one T. So you were saying something about game when no one here was really talking about that. You say red pill is about the truth. The truth of the matter is that wasn't the topic of conversation. You claim to come here to try to bring a certain reality, and that reality is you guys don't have game. You see what that is, brother, is that's just blatant shaming language. That stay on the plantation shaming language, that's really not going to work on us. It's not a matter of if we have game or not. We have nothing to prove to local American ratchet ass bitches, nor do we have anything to prove to you about our game. If a person wishes to travel because he's wealthier in one place than another, then that is his prerogative. If he wishes to travel because he's like you said, 5'8" in America, which is considered short. However, in certain Asian countries, he's considered tall. That is his prerogative. Now, it takes a special type of asshole to say, okay, I just want you to admit that you're short here. So, and when that's exactly what you were doing, don't do that signal. That's exactly what you were doing. When you say admit that you don't have game here, that is, you want somebody to shame themselves, put their head down, and then before traveling for your own sadistic. Stop talking. It's the reality that the person is short. Some reality.
Liking, right?
Once again, it's the reality that the person
is. It's not shaming, it's reality.
Could you stop interrupting? Could you stop interrupting?
Oh,
it's the reality that a person is short at 5'8" in the U.S. However, for whatever reason, if you want to come up and have that person confess to his height deficiency, for your own purposes, it really says what your purpose is in this conversation. Like Edward said, it's not genuine intention. But 1MT, you got it.
Wait, no,
I have a
Jonathan,
hold on.
Jonathan. Oh wait, hold on. 1MT was trying to jump in. I do want to go to Jonathan. We ain't heard from Jonathan in a long ass time.
Well, hold on. Let me just ask the brothers I want to ask the two brothers on the panel a quick question.
All right, we'll go to you go ahead and ask the question directly to Jonathan.
And that's it.
We're freezing out Fatty for a second. Go ahead.
Okay,
ask it directly to Jonathan.
Right. So for the two brothers, the two Brazilian brothers, all things equal, would you rather date a woman in the United States or a woman in Brazil? Yes, you can answer. You can answer.
Well, let me answer the question. First, the brother in the bottom center kind of took right what I was trying to say and why I'm here. We are not here. I think that is too. We're not here to argue about travel bros or things like that. We're just giving some information, some free game, and talking about the current situation in Brazil. That's all. We just sharing information, right? We have no business or kind of being upset because you guys are coming here. Well,
hey,
we
get that. I just wanted you to answer
the red pill. Hey, let me finish, please. We just saying red pill male type of content is a global phenomenon now. It's not just for English speaker, in Portuguese countries, in Spanish countries, even in some countries on the right side of the globe, they are starting to having this conversation. So it's a global phenomenon. It's not, an America-centered thing. And when we see you guys, talking about, the third world countries or Brazil or things that you actually don't know from the insider perspective. You guys know because you gather some information about brothers being traveling, but it's not the same the experience that the guys are having here and the guys are discussing things here. We are having these conversations, and while you guys complain about black women and the guys in the white manosphere complain about white women, of course, have some minor difference, but it's pretty much the same because feminism is global.
Answer the damn question.
Could you answer the question, please?
Framework that is operating. No.
Could you answer the question, please?
Do I have to answer this question? I don't date American women.
Yeah, but I do.
Okay.
So let me answer. So let me answer. So let me answer the question. So because I do. And if I was comparing the experience that I have with Brazilian woman and American woman, I would say I would date an American woman. Because if the system is doing exactly the same, is going to do exactly the same to me, I will live in a country with better economy, better infrastructure, and all of that. So that's exactly my point. That you guys are taking your money and going to Brazil to have fun and to have families, whatever. That's perfectly fine. But just be careful because in Brazil, you are going to have the same problems if your money runs out, or if you're not, if you are think you have more game just because you're an American and you get there and you get a woman that is hypergamy is going to run rampant the same way, and she's going to do dirty anyway. So that's the point. We are not here to argue.
He didn't say in which country. He said the woman.
And I told you an American woman instead of a
but you
Brazilian
said that you would do it because America has a better infrastructure. So yes. I think his question was, infrastructure aside, which one would you date?
Yes. If they came, for example, to Portugal to live, that's a 50-50 toss up, to be honest. Okay. You know what? I rather date both than Portuguese woman, to be honest. I know that's a non-answer, but it crystallizes the point of this conversation. You are not going to get a different woman either from Brazil from the US.
Maybe for
You're
you.
going to get the same woman.
How many Black American women have you actually dated?
Bro, I've been two
and what
times
do they
in.
look like? Are they
No,
like
no, no,
fours?
no, no. I can answer it to you. I can answer it to you. I can answer
Threes
it
and
to you.
fours don't count, sir.
No, don't do that. You remember the
Let's be
shaming
clear.
part that you
Let's
talked
be
about
clear.
before?
Name
You remember
shaming
the
is
shaming
real.
part?
Threes and fours don't count, sir. But go ahead. You can't be bragging about threes and fours and comparing them. But go ahead.
Okay, so I'm an incel. Go ahead.
Yeah, how many Black American women have you dated?
I stepped away for a second and I came right back on the mic when Fatty said that he was an incel. Was there a greater context to that? What happened?
No, it's because right now they're moving the goalposts. Now they want to know how many American women I dated. They don't want to. They want to see where I was and what. No, that if that's the point, I'm an incel. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm an incel. By the way, I dated more American women and Brazilian women than you do. But even though you don't give me grace, so go ahead.
Hold on. The question,
Well,
Bernard, was would he prefer, who would he prefer to date, Brazilian or Black American women? And he answered Black American women. My question was, how many Black American women have you actually dated?
I dated quite a few, sir.
All right. So 1MT, who asked the question, did you have a follow-up to that?
Oh, I had some follow-up, but go right ahead.
Go ahead, because that question.
No, I think 1MT asked the question.
1MT asked the question, so yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
1MT,
probably
do you
has a
want to follow that
follow-through
up?
right? That's the reason why I was sure, because it wasn't my question at the begin with.
Okay, 1MT, do you got a follow up to your question?
Why do you ask that question, please?
God damn it! I asked 1MT, did he have a follow up to the question? You don't got to come after me and ask him, do we got a follow up to the question? I just asked him.
No, I was just curious, brothers. I don't have anything else.
So see, but Bernard, these passive aggressive questions should have a follow through. Why do you want to know how many women I dated from Brazil or from America? Why?
Because he wanted. Hold on.
Well,
he wanted. Wait, time out. Everybody,
stop.
He wanted to see if you were qualified to make that statement. Just like the same reason why you asked Pablo how many times has he been in Brazil.
Yes, of course, but I had a follow-through question because of that. That's perfectly fine, and he didn't answer the question, so that's okay. Let's move on.
No, he did.
Okay, so I'll answer the question.
That was a side step out of this world. You know, you got checkmated. All right, but anyway, carry on. Go ahead, game changer.
Yeah, I see you are playing for the own team too, Bernard.
I'll answer the question for MT, even though I'm not a foreigner. I would much rather date.
Damn, GC, you
working all things equal in the context of their own country. I would definitely date a Brazilian woman.
He's broken up.
That or is that someone else? Because everything's clear on my end.
Was Game Changer breaking up to everybody else? Yes or no?
Yeah, to me is.
Okay,
yeah, he's out here on my end.
All right.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
yeah.
let's go ahead and try again, Game Changer. I'll let you know if it sounds better. Go ahead.
I just have a question, by the way.
Hold on, wait. Go ahead, Game Changer. I want to see if it sounds better. Go ahead.
Okay, testing. Is it better?
Yeah, it's not better.
It survived that test. Go ahead.
Okay, so I would answer 1MT's question, and that is I would definitely date a Brazilian woman over a Black American woman. Pound for pound, they are physically more attractive in my experience in dealing with them. Now, that reason enough is a reason that I would date them more so. Also, they do tend to be nicer. Now, whatever is motivating them to be nicer is not really a concern of mine. I will say that it will be a more pleasant dating experience, a Brazilian over an American.
All right.
Can I ask a question? Somebody, Jonathan, can you mute yourself, please? I think you have an echo on the back.
Yeah, I will just say, I will just say that, maybe if a nicer woman here in Brazil, but we don't live actually in a patriarchy society, so don't expect too much, right? And
I
find some passive aggressive thing, but maybe not just like American women, but we not live here in patriarchy society.
Now, I did want to ask you about that, brother, because when I was there, and I talked to one of the brothers, he was really talking as if it was a patriarchy, and that though there are feminist activist groups there. He described to me how the women primarily not necessarily are allowed to work, but they're definitely limited in the type of work and the amount of work that they can do. I also noticed after he said that none of the maids in the hotel that I stayed in, and I stayed in more than one out there, were female. In fact, the only women that I actually seen working, and those who've been there can corroborate this, were women who were working in enterprises like family businesses. Like they would push like an ice cream cart, or if somebody who probably wasn't even Brazilian owned a bodega or something like that, they would work in that regard. However, am I wrong in that assessment, or was the person who I spoke to wrong in that assessment? But it did seem like just the opposite of what you were describing.
Just like in the United States, most families.
Well, excuse me. Jonathan, please answer.
Okay, I don't know which year was that, but
that was 3 years ago.
Women are working. Okay, women are working in everywhere. They tend to not to choose, physical labors, of course, but they are in services, in a commerce business. They are everywhere working.
Okay, so like when I go see the Big Jesus, and I know you have a better name for it, I call it the Big Jesus. Yeah, I know you have a better name for it. I call it the Big Jesus. Like the people, I call it the Big Jesus. The people who operate the gondola and things like that, the people who were given the tour, these were almost all men. Like the people that sold the snacks. I'm not making this. I'm on your side. I'm not making this up. Like, it did seem like the men were working a lot more than the women were.
No, just like no. Just like that's not right. Actually, poor women must work to help, bring some income to their families. They don't have the how can I say, they don't have the liberty of not working, just to stay at home. No, they gotta work. They are working.
Okay. Just like in the United States, 70% of families have to work, women and men. They don't have sole providers there because the economy is not strong enough for a single provider. But women work more, and it's a matriarchy. The age of retirement is lower for women. The laws favor women. Is a matriarchy. It's not a patriarchy there.
All right. So do things change around Carnival? Because my perception probably is due to I went during Carnival.
Everyone is fucking on Carnival. You're not going to get a really depiction of
Jonathan.
Hey, Bernard. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Right. Thanks. Hey, Fatty. No, dude, I do appreciate you coming up.
No, but I'm giving real information because I'm here to help Jonathan.
I'm requesting, no, Fatty, if you, Fatty, hold on.
But you see what he's doing is
I know. He's trying to bring Jonathan back into the conversation.
Exactly.
Fatty, if you want to leave, I'm not going to stop you. Don't do what chicks do and say you're leaving, but then don't leave, but then you're leaving, but no, you ain't.
No, I'm very emotional, and I'm going to stay. I changed my mind.
Don't try to dangle the threat of leaving on me.
No, I changed my mind. I'm very emotional, Bernard.
You can leave.
No, I want to stay now. I changed my mind. I'm very feminine, so I would say.
All right. So, Jonathan, do things change because it was Carnival?
What was the question again, please?
Yeah, so the perception of I've seen a lot more men working than women. Is that because of Carnival? Because the tour guide did say that the locals tend to leave around that time and leave Rio de Janeiro, and you see more people who are tourists and the people who are working. I mean, is that part of the reason that things change during Carnival?
Yeah, probably was because of Carnival or the place you have been, but if you look to not just tourist place, you see plenty of women working on the streets.
Okay, so my perception was skewed because I was in tourist place. Got you.
It's like going to New Orleans on Mardi Gras. You're not going to get the real New Orleans.
All right. Fatty, you've been trying to share something right here for a while.
No, I had that
move that down, that banner down. I can't move it right now. My hands are full. But get that banner out of the way. Wait,
you
no, wait, hold on. I think I'm riding solo, and I don't even gotta. Hold on, wait.
Can you stay here?
Hold on, wait. Hold on. I'm just trying to get that down. I don't know how to. Okay, there we go. All right, you can explain whatever you got going on right here on the screen, real quick. Go ahead.
This was something that I put on the behind. We have content creators like Steffi Skoll, AMS, and all this shit, and you have on Brazilian soil content creators that are bigger than those guys. The problems are the same with white woman, with black woman. Brazilian is the most mixed country in the world, and I get it. Again, Bernard, I'm not here to fight. I'm not emotionally invested in any of those points, but they have a lot of traction there. They are having the same problems. I get you guys with the money, you're going to avoid a lot of those problems. I just think that most of the people that are on these panels are not well informed about the place that they are going. It's just simple as that.
Can I ask a question to that point?
Go ahead.
Because you said that these guys on this panel, that not this panel, but these other guys in this space are not well informed. But to Bernard's point, there are many panels, many spaces within this space that do in fact talk about this. Talk about what you should and shouldn't do, how you should and shouldn't dress, who and who not to talk to and what not, giving up the game, giving up all those grapes and everything. So for me is if those guys are still going over there, in spite of what you're saying, these men are still going over there, and they're going over there equipped with all of everything that you've been saying, everything what Jonathan has been saying. But black men in America are still going over there. Do you give for, or could you give for, that there may be some other issues with Black American women that you guys may not be able to see because you don't experience them on a daily basis, that we are, for lack of a better term, running from, absolutely running from?
Yeah, there was.
Imagining these things.
I have empathy for that. And that's why I didn't like the question when he asked me if I will date a Brazilian woman or an American woman. My follow-up question would be, would you take a woman from Brazil to the United States and marry her on the United States?
Are you asking me that question?
Of course.
Yes,
that was the reason why. I asked how many Black American women.
You see what I think? All right, go ahead. Hold on. I think 1MT trying to jump back in. Go ahead, 1MT.
Listen, go ahead, brother. I have been in the military for 19 years, bro. I have seen thousands of guys marry women from all across the world and bring them back to the States. I am in charge of the paperwork that has to get approved for it. So yes, I would.
And you think they're not going to be Americanized the same way American women are, right?
If she is, I would get another one.
Okay, that's perfect. That's a fair answer. That's perfect.
Yeah, hold on, but wouldn't that be the difference of saying, like, would you rather take? I mean, I guess somebody gave a perfect analogy with that Bane and Batman. You merely adapted to dark. I was born in it. Okay, who which one would be worse? Which one would be worse?
Yeah, but somebody that's
somebody who wasn't raised in the bullshit, but then came over to be with you under your leadership and under your household and under your structure in the bullshit. Yes, she could possibly get infected by the bullshit.
Of course.
So are you arguing then it would be just better just go get a chick that's already infected?
But
no, I didn't. No, I didn't say that because if you go to Brazil, most of women are infected. They just put makeup on the face, like you guys say, put lipstick on a pig. That's what they do. When they fight Americans, they put lipstick on the pig. That's what you see. That's the treatment that you get.
That's not a certainty that if you bring a foreign woman to the United States that they're going to be infected. That's not a certainty. I know people speak those talking points as if that is, but that's not always the case. That's not. I'm living proof of that. That's not always the case.
Well, I will say this: I wouldn't bring a foreign woman to the U.S. and marry her.
You said you wouldn't?
I would not. No.
Okay. Now, I find it odd, Fatty, that you would say that's like putting lipstick on a pig. So if you're acknowledging that they're pigs, then how? I mean, I'm just curious. How do you deal with them?
I'm acknowledging that they are infected too. That was the initial point.
All right. So they're not full-blown pigs. They're just infected. Yeah, I mean that.
You're talking about feminism. You go to Brazil and then you see what you're talking to. Like,
I got you. Female nature. Female nature is holy shit. All right, hold on, perfect. Yeah, female nature is everywhere, and you're gonna have going to have to manage and hedge against that either way, no matter what you do. I can agree with those general points. But
well, what MT said, pick your poison. You know, and I agree with that as well.
Yeah, but don't sell that poison as fruit juice, like orange juice. That's my fucking point.
Well, Bernard.
No, he called it poison for a reason. He didn't say it was orange juice.
But some of you guys are changing it as orange juice. Oh, come to Brazil. We have orange juice.
Bernard,
when you talk to those guys, have this conversation.
Go ahead.
Now, Bernard, as you can see on my screen, Timothy don't need game. Be like Timothy. So, like, what I'm trying to get at, as you can see with the little thing on my screen, is like black people only seem to care about traveling when it doesn't really concern them, and then they try to almost give you like a backhanded compliment, like, oh, you're only coming over here because you lack this or you lack that. When the truth of the matter is, you know, let this guy, I don't really know his name. I'm assuming his name is Fatty. But he doesn't really understand. Guys like myself and Austin Holloman don't have an issue pulling women in the States.
No, exactly.
When you say things like that,
you have problem keeping them. That's not the point.
I'll let you talk.
You are mischaracterizing.
When you say things like that, and at the same time you say we don't understand your culture, actually you're displaying that you have no clue what our culture is like, and that's what I'm pointing out here. It's like, it's not about running. If you go to a different restaurant, if you go to, let's just say, TGI Fridays and Peter Luger's, and you like Peter Luger's, it doesn't mean you're running from TGI Fridays. It means you have a better deal over to the left. Everything you own to the box to the left. And what you're seeing is a lot of guys starting to go to the left. But here's the funny part. The white dude's been doing this for decades. Do you hop on their panels and say, hey, why are you in my country? No, because they would smack you down.
No, I'm not white. I don't give a fuck about them. I'm not white.
What do you mean hold on, what do you mean they will smack them down? What are you talking about?
Portugal is the number
three.
Stop
it. That was who was talking? Who was talking?
That was me. This guy Fatty will not go into a MGTOW or, you know, red pill space with white dudes and say the things like, why are you guys traveling to my country? Ask him how many times has he done it.
Can I answer?
Okay. Okay. You may just hop on a panel. Okay. Hold on, wait, stop. Shit. So all you meant is that they probably would just drop him immediately down from the panel for asking.
He wouldn't even get on. He's yelling.
Actually, they wouldn't.
He can't even get in. That's my point. So
they wouldn't.
What happens? You have a lot of guys who pretend like they get a lot of women, like they pulling. That's why I told them 3s and 4s don't count. Because if we damn sure went to the tape and started putting up pictures of receipts, don't do it, bro. I will end you. But if it comes down to that, you will see dudes like him ain't pulling nothing. So what he's talking about don't even make sense to dudes who actually pull. And this is what I'm talking about. So if we get all the pleasantries out the way, it comes down to dudes like him, 20 years behind, forced now to start to compete. And we ain't even hit the ground yet. And it's a bunch of whining and complaining. And that's why he tells you, oh, go to Africa, because he's arguing in bad faith. He's not even really present in the conversation. That's a game goofy shit. And that's like Timothy doesn't need game. Timothy can go to your country, be poor, and probably bag your bitch.
Okay, so let me address.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Marty McFly. What does that mean? Timothy don't need game. You're saying basically a white guy traveling to a foreign country, he don't have to have game.
Yes.
Well, this happened from. I got this originally when me and Ed used to talk in the room. Basically, a lot of dudes come into spaces. Oh, you don't have game. You ain't got money. You ain't got this. And I'm like, listen. I hang with some white boys. They don't have game. They ain't rich, and they will still bag the baddest bitches. So it's not about game. It's not about money. If the girl likes you, listen. I'm not saying that.
You talking about in America, white girl.
Yeah,
white
I'm talking about America.
Hold on, stop. You talking about in America, white man to white woman. He doesn't have to have any game.
No. The discussions that we have usually be like, Keisha, I need a guy with game and charisma and money and all this bullshit. What I'm saying, what I see on the ground, Timothy don't need all that. Timothy don't need game. Timothy comes through with broken dungarees.
Timothy don't need. Hold on, wait, Tom. You're talking past my question. The answer to my question. Timothy don't need game to do what?
To get Keisha.
Okay, all right.
What about
if it's a black woman who got that swirler divester ideology?
What I'm doing, I'm expanding.
Holy shit! If it's a black chick that got that swirler divester ideology, then yeah, a white dude could just show up any kind of way and she'll be with it. But in general, in America, in this Western world, yeah, you do got to have some game about yourself. In general, I'll say white dudes probably got to have less.
It's like when a white dude goes to China.
They do gotta have some game.
I mean, you got to be normal. But what I'm saying is, when a white dude goes to China, he don't need no game. It's already
I could
built
agree
in.
with that.
You see what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
And when dudes been going to Brazil for like forever, and when they go down there, they don't necessarily have to trick off. It's just how they say we got our U.S. passports, and that comes with a certain degree of clout. Yeah, being a white dude over in that country comes with a certain degree of clout too. I can acknowledge that. So this whole thing about y'all running because y'all need game and y'all lack this and lack that. Understand something.
Well, some do. So, hold on, wait. Some do, and it's nothing wrong with that. There are people that got game. They just like the treatment in the whole dynamic of being a foreigner and an American in another country. And you don't got to say thank you to that. The Passport Bros has already conceded that.
Yeah,
he's plenty of them.
So, but he's insulting me for 3 minutes. Oh, you don't have game. He's telling you.
I didn't even mention your name. Relax.
No.
Oh,
no, hold on, wait, hold on. I'm pushing back on. Okay, all Passport Bros aren't created equal. Okay, there are some that can get on just fine with America. They can get sexual access to American women just fine. They just don't want to deal with a lot of the bullshit. They can go over there to overseas and they can get sexual access to probably even better looking women and deal with less bullshit. So it just makes sense to do it. That's what it is. But then there are some who just have a hard time getting on with these women, but they go over there and they get on with better looking women and deal with less bullshit. And so it just makes sense to do it. So it goes either way. So that's why the whole "you don't got game" insult is not really an insult. But I understand Marty McFly saying, "Hey, I got game," and standing up for brothers with game still find reasons to go over there as well. So it goes either way.
Yeah, that's more like a female argument saying, "Oh, you don't get game." That's like saying you can't handle a strong black man. That's the same ideology. You know what I'm saying?
So when I started here, I said I support you guys.
Hold on, Jaquan. Bernard acting goofy like he don't know. If you dangerously close to getting blocked if you don't explain what the fuck I'm acting goofy about. If you're gonna say I'm acting goofy on my channel, you better type a fucking paragraph and explain yourself. You better get to typing. Get to typing, or it's been good, nice knowing you.
Mods.
Yeah.
Locked and loaded, mods.
Get to typing. All right. Go ahead, whoever was trying to talk.
I was saying that the shaming on this conversation is kind of like amusing, right? The shaming that he did right now. I'm going to rephrase again. I am not shaming anyone from going there. I think it's a smart decision. Just need to be more informed. I didn't say that you and Jonathan or whatever the name is don't have game to pull woman. It's not to pull woman. It's to keep woman and for her to do her job. It's completely different thing. He is traveling because he knows that in the United States is a lot more difficult to maintain a woman on a level of submission. It's not to get a woman, it's to keep a woman. And I would like Bernard, if he wanted to pull the image that I have down is about a website with American expats, because he was proposing the idea that white Americans would smack me if I went to those panels and I would talk to them about this. You know what happened when I went to those panels? They said, if you look at the site, and every site of the expats, they say the best countries for Americans who want to live abroad. Oh, first country, Portugal. Oh, so they look at that and they see a guy that is living in Portugal, and the first thing they do is they get humble. They humble themselves and they say, "Hey, bro, how is it to live there? What? How are the women? How are the laws? How are the spaces?" And they go. That's the difference.
You came in here insulting people, telling them that they don't have game and they're running away.
Let me finish.
You weren't humble. You don't even take your own advice.
Because you asked for
that is true. You did come in. You did come in using the "you don't have game" as some kind of an insult, which I basically leaned into that. I don't view that as an insult if somebody is basically saying I'm traveling and exploring all kind of options because I don't have, like, not having game is not an insult.
I said you don't have game to keep the woman that you want in the United States in the low level.
Every nigga ain't trying to keep a woman, bro. What are you talking about? That's how I know you don't have game. You probably try to marry every woman you see.
I said I'm an incel before. No need to shame me. I'm an incel.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, wait, hold on. Dude, are you really?
I'm not.
Okay, then don't say.
So
Dude,
tell him to not.
that's why they say you're arguing
So
bad.
he's trying to insult me, and I'm not going to fall for it.
All right.
So
No, you're just
All right,
goofy.
all right. It's goofy. It's goofy when you get on that. You know, the
Yeah,
game to
it's
keep a
it's goofy when he insult people.
the game to keep a woman long term, because that's where game turned into this ill-defined thing where it's going to mean whatever you want it to mean in a situation. If somebody relationships fails or you didn't have game, this blah 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 blah. That's where it gets goofy. I mean, I don't even feel like going down that rabbit hole. But all right. We've been going at this for a minute. Oh, thank you. He super chatted it, my man. He said I was referring to that white boys don't need game for Keisha's. Marty was talking about, but you already said you agreed that tough talk don't mean shit. It do mean shit. It mean that you will get blocked. I mean, like that, like it literally means that. So I don't know what you mean. It don't mean shit. But no, I stand on.
Hey, Ace Fast. I don't think Ace Fast.
I stand on that point. I stand on the point. He says I was referring to white boys don't need game for Keisha. No, they do. But if she does have a swirler divester type of ideology, he really don't need game. He just need to be white. But more or less in general, we can exaggerate and overplay the notion that it's just that damn easy for white dudes to get black chicks. I used to go to the mixed race club all the time. It didn't end every night. Last call. White guys just point at a black woman and point at their dick and say, "Come on!" Like that. The night didn't end like that. When the club closed at 2 a.m. at 1:45 a.m., the white guys just had it that easy. Black girls just hopping in their car. It ain't that damn easy. I'll be over exaggerating that shit. But them swirler divestment chicks, yeah, they do got a shitty ideology to where a white dude could get on easy. But overall, yeah. All right, cool. He says, "Oh wow, Bernard threatening the black people. That's new. LOL. You just got unblocked, Gabe. Welcome back. Grand opening, grand closing on your ass. You about to be right back on
Cruising for a bruising."
Shout out to Gabe, babe. Behave yourself. You just got back. All right. I think we went round and round about this. Ace Fast, have you said anything?
I don't think Ace Fast.
Ace Fast, have you said anything? Well, goddamn, I don't like you coming from the moon. All right.
My only thing, Bernard, is like this: like if the dudes are coming over here taking the women that you don't want, why do you care? And more importantly, what you gonna do about it? Nothing. So
okay, who's taking? Wait, hold on. What dudes is taking what women that who doesn't want?
Well, the guy explained earlier that the women in his own country have now become more feminist and unruly. Cool. That's his perspective. But what I'm saying is this: if the guys that are coming over basically scooping up all the girls that you can't get or don't want you, pick your poison. Number one, what are you going to do about it? Number two, why do you care?
I don't think that was their argument. We went round and round on that one. I don't think that if that was their argument, they definitely sidestepped or backtracked or moved away from that. I don't think that was their position. I'll let Jonathan go ahead and answer that one. And then I'll read the super chats, and then we probably wrap this thing on up. So go ahead, Jonathan.
Sorry, what was the question?
You can go ahead and ask the question again.
Yeah, this wasn't necessarily directed towards you in particular, but in general, if the guys that are coming over are talking to and or getting the women that you say are now more feminist and unruly and just not, maybe they're just not into you because they want a higher earning man. What I'm saying is, one, why do you care? Number two, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I said I don't care, that I'm doing good for myself. I don't understand the question.
Right, but you guys brought this up like, oh yeah, guys, this is your argument.
And hold on, wait.
It was not me.
It wasn't. Hold on. In fairness, and I got you back on this one, Jonathan. In fairness to them, they didn't say that. That was how their argument was interpreted. That they were speaking from a personal position of shortcoming and everything. So I'm gonna get to the super chats. I think the point of the day that was made, that was low key floated under the radar, and we may have to do a whole show on this at some point. I think Rod of God made a real good point that if the women over there act somewhat similar to, damn it, who's that background noise coming from? Hold on, let me mute everybody. All right. Oh wait, hold on. That's Ace. If the women over there, I think this is probably the point of the day. If the women over there act like very similar to how Western women act, because feminism is taking hold over there, and actually some of the laws over there are beneficial to women, but so the women kind of don't really got that much respect for as much respect for the men over there as we thought. However, when American men get over there with their American dollars and they treat American men differently and roll out the red carpet and drop "Coming to America" rose petals at their feet, and we go and we go over there and we spending and we doing this and we doing that, we're kind of helping. If what they're saying is true, we're essentially helping basically the type of strag culture that we're flying away from. We're helping it exist stronger over there. If you understand what I'm saying, that's a rabbit hole worth going down, and we'll probably do a show talking about that, because the problem that exists over here, we're going to be okay with it existing over there, as long as we could be the beneficiaries of it. That's worth talking about. That's worth talking about. So we'll probably go down that rabbit hole and talk about that on a later show. So good point on that one, Rod, because that is it's almost some Pookie shit to say. I don't give a fuck. I'm long as I'm winning, But anyway, shout out to
bro, that's
Red.
the question at least.
that's a good question. We're gonna explore that one at a later date. But Red Pill Passport Bro says, can an average Brazilian man get an average Brazilian woman? If the answer is yes, then they are not dealing with what we are dealing with. Answer that question, Jonathan.
Well, he already did. The answer is yes.
No. Yeah, the answer is they can get, but not in her prime.
Oh, they can get her, but not in her prime. We'll define her prime.
She's prime, she's not average.
Can I help?
Define her prime.
Well, prime in the age, 25 years below.
Okay, so they can get her. The average Brazilian guy can get her at 27.
At 30 with the kid.
31 plus.
30 with the kid. The average Brazilian woman thinks she is above the average Brazilian man. Exactly the same problem the Americans have.
Okay. All right, cool.
So
cool.
I asked the question before, and the answer was she will get with him. She just won't stay with him, or she's waiting for another opportunity. However, the first part of that was that she would get with him. Now the answer is she wouldn't.
No. But we're saying marriage, or you're saying just
Well, I didn't say anything before. I mean, I was saying average at best, getting with an average man. You said that they would temporarily, but they would be waiting for a superior man that never comes.
Jonathan,
so the question was asked and answered then, but now it's a different answer.
Jonathan, can you tell us the story of Paulo Musi? Paulo Musi,
Oh, the medical guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
You said hold on. You said tell us the story of somebody. He's about to give us like a parable or something. Like
no, it's because he's a perfect example of what the question was, and you muted me. So
okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, because when I answered about marriage, but the thing is, Ferry is not wrong. This guy Paulo Musi is a doctor. He's a top tier guy for sure, even in the looks standpoint. But he got a single mother. He got a single mother, even being a top tier guy, and she treats him not like a top tier guy, not like a real, a top tier man. She kind of,
Oh, so you mean Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson. Okay.
No, it's even worse because, for example, what happened was it changed him for an older guy with money. He was on the school in medicine. He went to school, became a doctor. He's in top shape. He's built like a bodybuilder. And then when he got 30, the woman had a kid. And she did like, oh, you're happy to see you. And he took her back now that he was on his prime. It's the same game that American women do.
So basically, you're basically talking about an outlier. And you're
that's not an outlier.
Trying to base your whole argument over an outlier. You basically say Russell Wilson's. There's not a bunch of Russell Wilsons walking around to do that.
Let me finish.
No. Let me go back because we're straying from the point. Because the question on the screen is about average Brazilian, not doctors.
That was my point.
Handsome. Excuse me. average Brazilian men, not doctors who are exceptionally handsome. So, and the question was asked before, do these average couples pairing happens? And the brother was saying yes, as it relates to marriage. Because once again, when he says get Ann, if you're married to her, then you got Ann. Like average Brazilian men seem to be getting Ann, average Brazilian woman. So I think that the question was answered before. That's why I was saying that the question was answered before. They are capable of getting an average Brazilian woman. And you say that, you know, oh, they get them when they become single mothers. But I mean, like, they had a child with somebody, and that somebody was likely an average Brazilian man also.
No, it wasn't. That's
I think
so
what Fatty
Jonathan,
was saying was
you
that the
you
guy
didn't let
before
me
he
finish.
became a doctor, he was average, and she didn't want him when he was average. So he went
Yes.
off, worked out, became a doctor, and then he came back, and then she would take him on. I think that's what Fatty was saying.
Yeah, and she's an average woman, and most women are doing that. On their 20s, they are having fun, having kids, do whatever they want, and they get to 30 and they look for the guy, the
That shit
provider.
happens every day in New York, B.
that's
Yeah,
So
but
what?
that was
So
the
what?
question.
okay, but the question that
It was
was the
me.
question that was on the screen was, if they're out having fun, having kids, then average women are getting with average men.
No, they are getting with the Tyrone and with the Pookies and with the guys that they want.
They're
the Pookies
average.
and
Those
Leroy.
are average men. Those are average
No,
men.
they are they are not average men, because the average man is a guy that has a average job, has average looks. They are getting the top guy in terms of looks.
How does a Brazilian Tyrone or
so are
Pookie
Pookies-
hold on real quick. How does a Brazilian Tyrone and Pookie not qualify as an average man with an average job?
No, he's not, because he's not average in terms of looks.
Okay, so you're saying
Wait,
that
wait,
they're
wait,
okay.
wait,
So
wait,
you're
wait.
saying okay. So you're saying
They are
young and hot
touching
women.
the guys with the
You're
looks, and then
saying
at 30 they
you're
get the
saying
cookie.
you're saying young and hot women are getting with young and hot guys, and then once they
Yeah.
get pregnant, then they want to settle down with that doctor. I would argue that doctor still had better fucking options than to get with that chick, but clearly he had some long-standing affinity for her. If he was trying to get her back when he was broke, then he got money and he still took her even after she had a kid. I think he still had better options, and I think I would argue better options than what a doctor here in America got. Even when there are doctors here in America that do that shit all the time, and I think they're stupid. So
Yeah, like I'm not gonna make those stupid choices like him. So what does that have to do with me? I mean, it's a nice, cute story, but it don't mean shit to me because I don't move like that.
That was the question.
He's a Brazilian. Okay, yeah. I told us a story about a Brazilian simp.
It's cute. That's
okay,
No,
good,
that was
good,
the
good.
question on the shed. Don't put it.
No,
on
wait, hold on. That wasn't the question, but that was where y'all took it, and it was interesting that it still happens out there. I can, if y'all say it happened out there, I believe y'all.
New York,
but what I'm saying, this guy is still a Brazilian simp. That's all I'm saying. You could have did better.
That's a Tuesday in New York, B. Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But he says, don't forget the same man they disrespected owns a law firm where he hired a majority black staff, a builder. I don't even remember what you're referring to. That was an old super chat all the way from 1:24 p.m. EST. My bad. I'm taking this long to get to the super chats. Hoop jargon abilities. He said, Bernard, I live in Germany, Switzerland, and Portugal. Bro is American. Black men can run our normal game and get broads. Don't listen to this dude. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Tahuti Ra says, I'm disappointed with American black men getting too cocky to catch the true message our Brazilian brothers are saying. They know their landscape, respect the perspective. I think their perspective was respected. I think Fatty did. I mean, a lot of people call Fatty out in general, not even just on this panel, of just arguing in bad faith and being a provocateur and just trying to just trying to agitate the conversation. And I think he was doing a bit of that. But the general point was conceded that these women probably do treat a lot of Brazilian men comparatively bad, but when American men show up with American dollars, they get on their best behavior, which in the past, a lot of the passport brothers conceded, just like Hugh Hefner. I don't care why these women are here. I just like that they're here. And so that's that. So points were made, points were accepted, and points were conceded. So I thought I call that a good conversation. Ace Fast in the building. He says, so yeah, I'm gonna get up here and talk mess to these guys from other countries and say be competitive, but when game coaches say learn to be competitive when you're here, it's a problem. Sad as hell. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that, Ace Fast. Lion 917 says, "Can the average Brazilian man?" Okay, that was a question that I think we already had on the table. Can the average Brazilian man get an average Brazilian woman? If yes, then they are not dealing with what we are dealing with here. We kind of already addressed that. Thank you for the super chat. Tahuti Ross says, "I apologize for my foreign brothers because American black men on the panel are in their ego today. We would be pissed if they hinted that they know Keisha better than American black men." I think you're doing a straw man, Tahiti Ra. They didn't say they know those women better. They say they know what they get from the Brazilian women better, and what they get from the Brazilian women, what they get from the Brazilian women, the DR women, the Filipino women, or wherever the hell they travel to, women, what they get from them is good, and they acknowledge that that has most to do, if not all to do, with the fact that they're American men with American dollars, and the American dollar outweighs the currency over there, which makes them essentially walking rich men in a third world country. They've conceded that point. Prime VA 757 says, "Why do people try to limit black men to Africa?" Hold on. We got DT in the building. He says, "We have enough African heritage in our diaspora here in this hemisphere, fatty." I don't know what all those different things mean right there. Tan in the building says, "Facts. I went out Saturday and had chicks run me down in the club, but they still wasn't worth the next day brunch on Sunday." Thank you for that. I think I made it to the end of the super chats, unless any new ones came up, but I do appreciate everybody who's been supporting the stream. I thought it was okay. I know some people sent super chats that I missed, and I apologize. I deeply apologize. I vowed to not miss no more super chats, and I have an administrator who stars all the super chats, but she had to bail on me. Jaquan said, "Lower your tone." Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go to hell. But no, cool. I appreciate you. You said something that sounded like you were just heckling the show, because it's an army of people who think it's cool to just come into a chat room and just hate on the show. And when I see people doing that, I called them out, and you did further explain what you meant. So I give you credit for that. But those little short drive-by ambiguous sentences where you don't really explain what you're hating on, you just hating. I call people out for that shit, and you explained in full sentences. So good on you. All right. I think that's it. So I think we can wrap the show up on that note right there. I'd like to thank everybody who you sent a super chat. I'm sorry. That motherfucker is gone. That motherfucker is gone.
Great show.
I don't know. Yeah, great great show. A lot of good things got brought out. The show turned out the way that I intended. I reached out to Jonathan. He was late. I think we had a time zone issue. I don't know what the hell happened. So El Wapo came and filled in for him. But when he did come and he laid out his argument about Brazilian women, because I did want some pushback, because he was saying that the Brazilian women are no different than American women. He did lay out a decent case from the perspective of a local Brazilian man. And I was good with that. I was happy with that. And Fatty came and gave some pushback. Some of it was just some antagonizing, provocatory bullshit, but some of it was legitimate pushback. So some of it was legitimate pushback. And I that's what I wanted. I wanted somebody to come in and give some pushback to what the Passport Bros have been saying. So it was a good debate. Had one MT up here. It was all good. This is exactly everything went exactly how I wanted it. So that was good. Shout out to everybody who participated. And I'm still trying to locate these long lost super chats. Coach Keith in the building. I do see it now. And damn it, they not even letting me see the whole thing. He says, "Facts. I went on Saturday." Oh, wait, no, I read that one. Oh, wait, no. He says, "Has anyone else noticed that black men are the only race in the states that," and they not even letting me see the whole damn thing. Hold on. We got to get this right. Why won't they let me see the whole thing? They will not let me see the whole thing. Oh, yes, now they will. Okay, so I found the super chat. He says, "Has anyone else ever noticed that black men are the only race in the states that date or marry down in looks?" I do believe that is a thing. Otis in the building says, "Gotta agree with Ed. It's funny how things become a problem when black men start doing something. Black men ain't traveling in big numbers enough for that." But yeah, all right. Yeah, shout out to you. Appreciate that. DT in here. I read that one. read that one. I think I got them all. Now I think I got them all, or close as I'm going to get to them all. So, all right, now we can wrap the show up. Appreciate everybody who support the stream. Appreciate each and every one of you, everybody who participated today. Jonathan, thank you again for coming on through. Fatty, I'd like to formally thank you for coming on through. Rod, thank you for asking the question of the day. And with that said, everybody, we about to get out of here. Peace. We gone.
Peace.